Good morning, consigners. We'd like to welcome all of you back for our second day here at the Ohio Showcase Sale. This morning we're going to continue on in this barn with some of our different breeds that we still have to show. We're going to start off this morning with our Dorpers. This will be your regional show. We'll be calling for them in just a couple of minutes. Our judges here, our clerks are all here. So we just need to get a little paperwork done and then we'll be ready to roll.
Check, test, 1, 2. Test, test. Test, test, 1, 2, 3, 4, test.
Y'all need any help at the front desk? Okay, Dorper consigners ready to begin your show. We'll call for your yearling rams in just a couple of minutes. Let's get the Dorper yearling rams ready to come up to the ring, please. All right, let's go ahead and bring your Dorper yearling rams into the ring, please. Dorper yearling rams. Yep. Consigners, don't forget, we need you to bring your cards with you to the show arena. We will be collecting the cards with the placings. Please make sure you've got the cards for the sheep that you're bringing into the arena. We'd like to welcome everybody out to the Ohio Showcase sale. We're continuing on with our second day of shows here. Currently, we have the regional Dorpers with the yearling rams currently in the ring. Our judge for today, Evan Snyder from over in Pennsylvania. Evan was here with us yesterday and placed a number of different breeds. he'll be working with us again here with our Dorpers this morning.
Well, good morning here and welcome to the Regional Dorper Show and Sale. I think again, like I said yesterday in the Katahdins, this is a sale order, and in my opinion, you guys are the breeders and exhibitors here. You get out here and decide which ones work for you. I think there's a tremendous set of yearling rams in this Dorper division, and again, not just these 5 here. We sent some back that I think are extremely useful. I think we got a pair of rams here that are just really bold and masculine in their look. They've got some rib shape and barrel and body in them. They're sound on their feet and legs as we set them into motion. Just massive type bucks that yet have some shoulder shape and some look about them. Right in behind them, both very dimensional. I think just a really nice pair. And taking nothing away from this third one. That third one gets out and moves and motors extremely well. Very sound on his feet and legs with some extension up through his front end. Again, I think this is a tremendous set. If you want to flip-flop them around here, you sure can. And again, get back in here, follow these sheep to those pens, and just talk to those breeders and find out which ones work for you, because they are really, really good. We get into this 4th ram, big heavy-duty type of ram here, maybe in motion, maybe not quite as put together as a couple of them are, but just shapely and lots of stifle and barrel about that sheep. We round out the top 5 with an angular type sheep that's very good in his shoulder, got some extra stretch about him. Guys, I'm telling you, these breeders are building this sale. This sale gets better and better every year. They brought you a darn good set of yearling rams. You go find which ones work for you. Nice set. Congratulations.
Here are the results from your Dorper yearling ram class. First place, lot number 777, G. Tracy Dorpers. Second place, lot number 790, Robert Lieb. In third place, lot number 805, Rolling Acres Homestead. Fourth is lot number 792, Stony Hill Dorpers. Fifth place, lot number 751, Huff Farm. Sixth was lot number 799, Central Dell Farm. Seventh was lot number 791, Robert Lieb. Eighth place, lot number 767, Ideal Acres. Ninth place, lot number 772, Patoka Valley Sheep. Our next class will be your fall ram lambs. Let's bring them on into the ring, please.
Really a nice set of fall rams here to evaluate and sort through for your programs. I think again, a good group, very sound group of sheep in motion and really good on their feet and legs here for us. Really a nice package here to lead off with. A sheep that's got a lot of positives in motion. That sheep is very comfortable. Shoulder design in that sheep is really good. As he comes to the point of his shoulder, he's got some rib and body and barrel in him, and that true muscle shape there in that stifle is very visual from the outside. Maybe not the heaviest one here to tip the scale, but one that I think is going to grow and just be an awfully nice sheep as he develops into that yearling. Got nice testicular development, got a nice head about him. I think that's an awfully nice one to lead off with. Big, heavier duty type ram here to come into second, and you appreciate that about him. Just dimensional and wide in terms of his top shape. Really a neat one in terms of his length. Got just an extra little stretch from flank to flank, and you appreciate that about him. Another nice one to go to. Real interesting one in third, and maybe some of you might lead with this buck, and I think for some arguments, I think you sure can. Super smooth, really, really muscular, really neat in terms of that top shape handle. I think just a really neat one. In motion, maybe not quite as comfortable as those first two for me, but that's being awfully picky of one that brings a lot of positives to the table. Little younger ram here that comes to us in 4, and man, that guy in motion is extremely good. He's very sound on his toes, on his feet and legs. Giving up some dimension maybe today than a couple of those rams that get ahead of him, but he's got some extra foot size and bone work underneath him. I think you take that one and feed him, and he just gets better and better for us. Again, guys, this is a deep, deep set in terms of quality. Get out here and visit with these breeders. Find ones that work for you. Nice group of fall rams. Congratulations.
Here are the results from the Fall Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 1424, Dry Creek Dorpers. Second place, lot number 763, Kincaid Dorpers. In third place, lot number 1443, Mullenkamp Livestock. In fourth, lot number 800, Central Dell Farm. Fifth place, lot number 780, Bluebird Valley Dorpers. Sixth was lot number 762, Kincaid Dorpers. Seventh, lot number 798, Substitute, Central Dell Farm. We're now ready for your January Ram Lambs. We just have one head. Following that, we'll be selecting your grand champion, so we'll need our first and second place winners from our Ram classes back in the ring, please. We're now ready for the January Ram Lamb.
We have one January Ram Lamb here in our Dorper show, and I'm telling you guys, don't discount this one because he didn't have any friends here. That one is made extremely good. Got a great head about him in terms of that masculinity. Shapely sheep that's got big, big top shape, really, really sound in motion. You talk about a show buck right here, one that I think you could just breed a lot of use to and make a lot of good out of them. Let's make sure you come out and talk to this guy as he goes back to the ring. That's an awfully nice one. Congratulations.
First place in class was lot number 770, Substitute, Darlington Dorpers. We're now ready to show for the champion, Dorper Ram. We need our first and second place winners in each class, please. In the show for your champion, Dorper Ram. From our yearling class, first place, lot number 777, G. Tracy Dorpers. Second place was lot number 790, Robert Leib. In the fall class, first place, lot number 1424, Dry Creek Dorpers. Second was lot number 763, Kincaid Dorpers. And in the January class, first place, lot number 770, Substitute, Darlington Dorpers.
Ringside here. Let's put our hands together for these Dorper exhibitors and breeders. They bring your class winners out for that champion and reserve drive. Again, I think not just these 5 rams. I think there's a darn good set to sort through. That yearling ram class has got some differences in it. You guys, again, get back there and find the ones that work for you and you know, support these breeders. They brought you a nice set here for us. For me today, I think that yearling ram's just got so many positives. He'll be our champion today. Then I think it closes up just a nickel for reserve, and we're going to fall back and get this fall ram for reserve, an awfully smooth package there. Let's give him a big round of applause. That's a nice set of Dorpers for the regional show and sale. Congratulations.
The champion Dorper Ram for your regional show was the first place yearling, lot number 777, G. Tracy Dorpers. The reserve grand champion was from the fall Ram Lamb class, lot number 1424, Dry Creek Dorpers. We're now ready to move into our yearling ewe class. Let's bring in our Dorper yearling ewes. Somebody bumps it and may tear it apart. Don't worry about it. It tightens that cord up, and you're not able to move around when you're reading. It's not that big a deal.
And you can just put them, keep these all on there for now. So okay. Thanks, by the way. You're doing it that way, yeah. Thanks. You're welcome. Anytime.
He's buying coffee and donuts this morning.
Is he?
Yeah, that's what he told me.
Well, that's good.
He's got a cat.
While they're bringing our yearling ewes into the ring, we do want to make a couple of announcements. Don't forget our food vendors are here on the grounds. Hope you go out and support them. Many of them have breakfast available for you. So head on out there at the end of the building or over to the side of the building. So we hope you'll head on over there and support our food vendors. Also, we want to remind you that we have a number of sheep vendors that have equipment or repairs. There's some sharpening services over there. I saw a couple of different displays where they had the supplies that you're going to need for your show sheep. So you can head on over to the barns, the different barns. Each barn has something in it. And so you can head to any of the barns and you'll find some of our commercial vendors. Also, we want to let you know that the Ohio Suffolk Sheep Association is having a split silent auction back by the Suffolk pens. That's behind the announcer stand today until noon tomorrow. One of the items is a Great Pyrenees male pup donated by Corbett and Leedy Sheep Farm. The sale is going to close tomorrow at noon. So head on back to the Suffolk Association, take a look at what they've got to offer. There is a pup back there from Corbett and Leedy, and they've had some pups that I've seen at the state fair. They've had some good-looking dogs. So if you're interested in Pyrenees, this might be the place to get it. Also, Southdown consigners, we want to let you know that your splits have been determined. It's going to be odds and evens on the yearling ewes, the January ewe lambs, and the February ewe lambs. Splits for odds and evens. Odds will be the first group in on yearling ewes, January ewe lambs, and February ewe lambs.
Test 1 2 test. Testing 1 2.
Well, guys, I'm telling you right now, that is a really, really good set of yearling ewes here for our Dorpers. Again, I think this a whale of a set of females, show females, stud females, sheep that are extremely sound, that are good looking, that have some rib and shape and body to them. I think this a darn good set here to sort through. You guys, again, get back in and look at those ones that didn't make it here in the top lineup. I think there's a darn good set of females to take home and utilize as breeding pieces. I think this lineup is really, really good. The first couple, big hip, big barreled type females that are extremely sound in motion. That first one has just got so much dimension and rib and body about her. You set her into motion, she looks just like that in motion. She holds herself with so much balance as I don't like that one.
I know. It's
That sheep has got so much balance and body about her and just really, really massive in terms of her muscle shape and ties it into such a nice package, so smooth and so feminine up through her front end. I think this is an awfully nice female there. The next one, really a spitting image of her, maybe not quite as developed or as mature as that class winner today, but man, you love the hip and pin set in that sheep. That sheep is so good on her feet and legs. I think this is another tremendous ewe. Ewe that comes third, I dig that one just from a body and build standpoint. I think that one is angular and great in her shoulder. She's given up some umph and some mass to those first two sheep that get ahead of her, but another very sound, feminine ewe that just ties a lot of nice things together for us. We could talk them all. I think there's a great set. You got sheep that are very, very massive as we work back here in 4, 5, 6, and 7. I think ones that just are going to be breeding pieces. Take them home, utilize them, support the breeders here. Guys, they brought you a nice set of females. Congratulations.
Our next class is going to be your fall ewe lambs. Let's bring them up to the arena, please. Fall ewe lambs. Here are the results from the yearling ewe class. First place, lot number 753, Ryan Dorpers. Second, lot number 1425, Dry Creek Dorpers. Third place, lot number 807, BW3 Dorpers. Fourth was lot number 755, Ryan Dorpers. Fifth place, lot number 1426, Dry Creek Dorpers. Sixth was lot number 758, Manger Farms. In seventh, lot number 764, Kincaid Dorpers. Eighth, lot number 794, In-Body Dorpers. Ninth place, lot number 784, Jim Davis. 10th place was lot number 759, Manger Dorpers. Manger Farms, I'm sorry. In the 11th place, lot number 803, Central Dell Farm. 12th place, lot number 779, G. Tracy Dorpers. In 13th, lot number 752, Huff Farms. In 14th place, lot number 778, G. Tracy Dorpers. 15th, lot number 783, Jim Davis. 16th, lot number 802, Central Dell Farm. 17th, lot number 775, Willow Creek Farm. 18th, lot number 768, Ideal Acres. 19th, lot number 773, Padoka Valley Sheep. 20th, lot number 776, Willow Creek Farm. 21st, lot number 769, Ideal Acres.
Guys, again, just a tremendous set of fall ewe lambs here as we continue in these Dorper females. And again, not just these 5. I think, again, really a good set all the way through. There's a couple we sent back that really, really shapely, really, really good. If you're maybe looking for a weather-type dam that maybe are just a little marginal in their color. But I think there's a couple back in there that are awfully good in terms of their top shape and their handle. So make sure you study that whole lineup and find the ones that work for you here. I think a pair, again, on top that just big, bold, and high volume type ewes that are very sound in motion with some ruggedness about their bone work underneath them. Taking nothing away from that third one. That third one, if you want to lead off with that one, I think you sure could. I think she's just given up some days here in this class. I think that one is so square-edged and big-topped. And if you want to lead off with that one, you sure can. Again, buy them all 3 and you won't mess up. I think that's a trio of darn good ones there. We work into 4 and 5. A really, really good moving sheep here comes to us in 4. That one's a really, really feminine up through her front end. We set that one in motion, and boy, does she track. She may be not as square as she works back in through her hip as a couple of them are, but boy, sound-footed, got some ruggedness about her. I read that one to be a really, really neat one as she continues on in her life. We round out the class with just a muscular, heavy-duty type of female. Guys, again, that is a great set of females. Go back and find the ones that work for you. I know I sound like a broken record. That's a good set. Support the breeders. Congratulations.
Our next class is going to be your January ewe lambs. For those of you that are interested, the natural colored sale is beginning over in the other building. If you're interested in natural colored sheep, the sale is now getting underway. Here are the results from the February fall, from the fall ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 756, Ryan Dorpers. Second was lot number 761, Manger Farms. Third place, lot number 1428, Dry Creek Dorpers. In fourth was lot number 766, Kincaid Dorpers. In fifth place, lot number 1444, Mullenkamp Livestock. In sixth place, lot number 765, Kincaid Dorpers. In seventh, lot number 785, Jim Davis. Eighth place, lot number 786, Jim Davis. Ninth place, lot number 804, Central Dell Farm. 10th place, lot number 774, Padoka Valley Sheep. And in 11th, lot number 781, Bluebird Valley Dorpers. If you still need a buyer's number for the sale in the next building, the buyer's numbers are available here at the clerk's table. So just head on back and they'll get you all taken care of. The natural colored sale is beginning in the other barn.
Darn nice set here in our January ewe lambs for our Dorpers. I think, again, just a real solid group of sound sheep that have got some muscle shape to them. Very feminine up through their front ends. I like this first one a bunch. I think that one is so square-edged and just good in terms of her build. Got some femininity about her front end, got some shape about her as she works down her top and in through her stifle. In motion, just really, really balances out as we move her about at the ring. I think this is an awfully neat one there to lead off with. Our second one, I like that one too. That one is maybe a little further along in her maturity pattern, maybe not quite as whistle-fronted and feminine as we have in that class winner, but so shapely and sound. She's got a little extra ruggedness and touch of more bone, and you certainly appreciate that about her. I think this is an awfully nice female there. Younger one comes to us maybe here in 3 and just needs more days, but another real square-edged one. Got a big rack shape in that sheep. That sheep continues to develop and mature. She's going to get really massive. You can just tell it by the way she's built. I think she really exemplifies a lot of the look of our class winner. Just gives up a little bit of that shape today compared to those first two. Really a nice one there. I love this next female. If you want to make weathers, again, this one is just bold and massive in terms of her rib shape. Really big hip and pin set in that female. Again, maybe you like to just clean her color up just a nickel on her ears if you could. But another sound one with some ruggedness about her bone. I think that's an awfully neat one there. Round out the class with, that's nothing wrong with that one, guys. That one is just a little green here for us. But again, sound, all these really good. Get in here and talk to them. Buy these sheep, show them, make them stud sheep. That's an awfully good set. Congratulations.
Our next class is going to be your February ewe lambs. Let's bring them up to the ring, please. February ewe lambs. Here are the results from your January class. First place, lot number 809, BW3 Dorpers. In second place, lot number 771, Darlington Dorpers. In third was lot number 808, BW3 Dorpers. In fourth was lot number 787, Jim Davis. And in fifth place, lot number 796, In-Body Dorpers.
Nice pair of Februarys here to round out our individual classes of our females here for the Dorpers, and some give or take. Very good trio of rams here in our fall whites, and some differences, and you can see that from the outside. And if you want to take the third one and use him for what he is, I think you sure can. I think he's good enough to do that for. We're going to keep the maybe just a little more angular, growier rams here in 1 and 2, and I think that first one sorts himself really nicely. Just a lot of shape and look and appearance and show ring appearance about that sheep, and a lot of dimension, a lot of width and rib and body and barrel in him. Very sound on the move here for us. Second one, a little more his type and kind, maybe not quite as fancy, as square-edged as we have in that first one, but an awfully nice sheep in his own right. And then the third one here comes to us, and you want to make some weathers. I think that one is certainly geared in that right direction. Big hip and pin set in that sheep, really, really rugged in his bone work. A really good trio. Again, decide which ones work for you. I think there's some differences, but I think all three of them are awfully good. Congratulations.
We're now ready to move into the January Ram Lambs. January Ram Lambs. Here are the results from the fall class. First place, lot number 823, East Star Livestock. In second place, lot number 822, East Star Livestock. And in third, lot number 1441, Mullenkamp Livestock.
Lone entry here in our January Rams of our whites, and don't let that scare you there. I think that one has got some pieces and parts about him that are awfully good. Real heavy duty, big barreled ram with a big hip in him. Again, nice set of feet and legs underneath him. Just an awfully good entry. Nice set of ram. Check him out. Congratulations.
We're now ready to show for your champion, White Dorper Ram. Here are the results from the January Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 837, to Rock Ranch. In the show for your champion, White Dorper Ram, we have from the yearlings, first place, lot number 821, East Star Livestock. Second was lot number 830, Heartland Dorpers. From the fall class, first place, lot number 823, East Star Livestock. Second was 822, East Star Livestock. And the January class, first place, lot number 837, to Rock Ranch.
Ringside here, the champion and reserve White Dorper division here for us. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors and breeders. Not a tremendous amount of numbers here, but the quality is very good. I think all four of these rams come out here and bring some positives to the table, some differences in them, and you can see that. You decide which ones work for you. Today we're going to pick up both of these fall lambs for champion and reserve. I think this is a nice pair that stick together here. Give them a big round of applause. A nice set of White Dorpers. Congratulations.
The champion White Dorper Ram for your regional show is the first place fall Ram Lamb, lot number 823, East Star Livestock. Reserve champion also came from the fall class, lot number 822, East Star Livestock. We're now ready to move in to the yearling ewe class, White Dorper yearling ewes.
Real nice pair of white yearling ewes here, and some differences. You can see that from the outside here in that pair. I think, though, what they have in common is they're very sound on their feet and legs. They've got some balance about them from front to rear there, and some femininity up to their front end. This one leading off maybe just a tick square as she works from hooks to pins back in through her hip. She's got tremendous amount of shape working down her top and rack. You can see that from the outside there. The next one just really, really neat shouldered. Maybe not quite as square in her pin set, but both of them very sound. Got a lot of balance about them. Nice pair of white ewes here. Congratulations.
Our next class is going to be your White Dorper Fall Ewe Lambs. Let's bring them up to the ring, please.
I think a darn good trio of fall ewe lambs here, and again, some differences sorting through them, and I guess for your preferences, decide which ones that you need to make improvements in your program here, because I think all three of them will do that. We'll talk about them here. Just a real elegant, fluid-moving, feminine female here to lead off for us with, and she's got plenty of shape and dimension and muscle about her as well. Is she as muscular as that second one? No. That second one is just loaded with shape in her stifle, big pin set. Again, maybe a little bit different speed. I think a really, really high-quality group all the way through. If you want one that's got a little more stretch here, this one in third has got some extra length about her, some extra stretch about her. I think, again, all of them sound on their feet and legs. Really, really nice trio here. Congratulations.
We're now ready to move with the January ewe lambs. Let's bring them up to the arena. January ewe lambs. Here are the results from the fall class. First place, lot number 826, East Star Livestock. In second place, lot number 1442, Mullenkamp Livestock. And in third place, lot number 828, Jim Davis.
Again, a really nice trio of January lambs here as we continue to work in these white Dorper females. I think one that just a lot of boldness and rib and barrel about this one we lead off with, and just very, very muscular. And then you set her into motion, got a lot of balance about her. She holds herself together extremely well. I think just a big, rugged, boned one that still looks good in terms of her show ring presence. It's a nice female to lead off with there. Our second one, a little baby-ear type ewe lamb here, giving up maybe some of that maturity that we have in that first one, but looks like she's going to continue to grow and set that one in motion again, just very sound on her feet and legs. I think a nice ewe lamb to follow in second with. A little bigger type sheep that's going to tip the scale here for us in three. Maybe not as neat a package maybe as a couple of them, but she's got some positives. That hip and pin set in that sheep is tremendous. She's got a little extra stretch. Guys, again, decide which ones you need. That's a good trio of January lambs. Congratulations.
Our next class is going to be your champion white Dorper female. Let's bring our first and second place winners back into the ring, please. Here are the results from the January class. First place, lot number 838, Two Rock Ranch. In second place, lot number 824, Substitute, East Star Livestock. And in third place, lot number 829, Jim Davis. In the show for your regional Dorset female champion for our white Dorpers. First place in the yearling U class, lot number 825, East Star Livestock. Second was lot number 827, Jim Davis. Your fall ewe lamb was won by 826, East Star Livestock. Second was lot number 1442, Mullenkamp Livestock. And in your January class, first place, lot number 838, Two Rock Ranch. Second was lot number 824, Substitute, East Star Livestock.
Ringside here. Let's put our hands together for our white Dorper female exhibitors here. Again, not a lot of numbers, but really a deep set of sheep here. And there's show sheep and stud sheep just standing here. And I think this is a good group. They're very sound. They're muscular. It's close here. There's some differences in this lineup. We get into that second set. There's some awfully good ones there, too. For me, when we put them into motion, just in shoulder design and just that femininity, we're going to use that pair of fall ewe lambs today for Champion Reserve. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
The champion female for your White Dorper Regional Show came from the fall ewe lamb class, lot number 826, East Star Livestock. The reserve champion also from the fall class, lot number 1442, Mullenkamp Livestock. This concludes our White Dorper Show. We'd like to thank all the consigners for bringing their animals into this year's Ohio Showcase. We wish you well in your sale tomorrow. Southdown consigners, we're just about ready to begin. This concludes, I think, Evan, that's your last show for today, isn't it? Good. Thanks for being with us. You've done a great job the last couple of days. Brad Ellerbrock. If you're in the barn, please come to the announcer stand. Brad Ellerbrock. Brad Ellerbrock. If you're in the barn, please come to the announcer stand. All right, we're ready now to begin your National Southdown show. Let's bring our yearling rams into the ring. One class, yearling rams. Let's bring them on up into the ring, please. For those of you watching our show today, we'd like to welcome you to the National Southdown Show. This morning we're going to be showing most of the classes just the way they've been entered, but we do have a couple of splits. The yearling ewes, the January ewe lambs, and the February ewe lambs have got split classes. We're going to go odds and evens, and the odds will be the first ones to show. So yearling ewes, January ewe lambs, and February ewe lambs, we're going to split those classes, odds and evens. The other classes are going to be shown the way they were entered. Currently in the ring, we have the yearling rams. Our judge for today's show, Brad Ellerbrock from Illinois. Brad was with us yesterday placing our weather sires and dams. We're pleased to have him here for the National Southdown show today.
apologize. I was in the other barn. I didn't realize we were supposed to start right on, so I apologize for that. But we're starting out here with a set of the bucks out here. You know, I'm not going to be one of those guys that's going to be after the biggest sheep. I'm not after the littlest sheep. I'm going to try to find the really good ones in my mind today. What you guys sort through tomorrow in the sale, you guys will be your own judge of what you need in a breed. I still believe that it's about quality of totals, and I think we can put muscle on a skeleton that has quality, feet and legs that are supposed to be where they're supposed to be, and then also have an underline that needs to be right. There's nothing more exciting when you want to do online sales. For my business, I think it's all about one of those sheep that prop up, their underlines right, chest floors are in them, certainly have to have some wool and some bone in them, but I think they're easy to take pictures of, and I think that's really important in my business in the black side. I'm not saying I'm trying to tell you how to run your business, but I think it's sheep that have little problems, and I think the top 3 bucks present the most right things for me in this particular division. The buck we start out with, my buck that I think he's good in terms of the way his neck set when you put him into motion. I think his chest floor is right in that sheep. I think there's more than enough muscle shape. I think his rib cage is probably why he gets to win this class. I think he's more open in the upper center portion of his rib. He shows me more forearm and expression when he moves around the ring, and a buck that's very, very balanced in terms of his feet and legs, leg quality, and all those. Big, taller, a little bit taller skeleton type of a sheep that still has some muscle about him is in 2. This sheep is a sheep that's good about his length of his blade. He's a sheep that's high-headed. I don't see as much rack shape coming off that sheep right behind his shoulder. I think he's level. I think he's a sheep that, to me, when you put him into motion and watch him walk, he's not the most opened up underneath of his body cavity. A buck with a lot of muscle shape from behind is in 3. He's good hipped. He shows me a lot of shape there. To me, this sheep's a little too long in his blade, a little too deep in his heart relative to his flank. I'm a guy that's all about that. But this sheep, if you want to add some muscle, add some stifle and some width and some dimension from behind, that buck will do that for you. The best big buck, in my opinion, sits in 4 in terms of the bigger bucks that we showed out here in the class. He's one of the bucks that puts some things together. Where I get critical on him, he looks great sitting there. You put him in motion, I like to change him just a little bit. We end up with a buck that falls into 5th that I think has some muscle and some shape. Maybe just it's get a little bit coarser up front for me, but a sheep that still has some quality about him. Nice start for the show today.
Our next class is going to be your Fall Ram Lambs Early. Fall Ram Lambs Early. Here are the results from the yearling ram class. First place, lot number 930, Beckmeyer Brothers. In second place, lot number 892, Kniddle Livestock. Third place, lot number 1036, John Brzezinski. In fourth place, lot number 1049, Sowers Livestock Company. Fifth place, lot number 967, Korb Family Farms. In sixth, lot number 902, Parker Farm, Southdowns. In seventh was lot number 991, Lone Rooster Farm. And in eighth place, lot number 1022, Diamond S. We're now ready for the Fall Ram Lambs Early. The National Tunas Show or Tunas Association is now drawing for the free buyer's credit at the Tunas display area. More than $1,000 is being given away. The National Tunas are drawing now for the buyer's credit for today's sale, I believe is what that means. At the Tunas display area, more than $1,000 being given away. So if you want to go over there, they're drawing for the Tunas credit right at this time.
Some differences out here, and let's talk about these top five on what I see. I will tell you that all these bucks, in terms of when you put them into motion, you'd like to change some things about them. This buck that starts, I mean, he's the sheep with the most dimension of rib cage. He's the biggest backed one. He's in terms of really, really big in his rack. He blends off his shoulder extremely nicely. When you put him in motion, he gets a little high in his top for me just a little bit. Like to change that about him, but this sheep's got a tremendous amount of product in him. He's big backed. He's tall fronted. Lots of good things, you know, from that standpoint. I think he's the combination of what we have out here to offer with giving us some muscle and some size and some scope, just like to make him be a little bit freer in his movement. Similar comment I have to say about the buck in two. So as I look at those two sheep, both of them, we'd like to change them just a little bit in terms of the way they carry their top line. I just don't think there's as much product in the sheep in two as there is in one. I will tell you that I think his balance underneath of his rib cage, the way his chest floor to flank relationship is a little bit better. I think he's extremely good bone, and he's very good about the way he blends himself. I just like to see more product. Maybe open him up just ever so slightly in his rib cage, particularly up high, and I think the buck that beats him is just way bolder in that upper center rack, in his upper center rib, and I think that's why those two go 1 and 2. The big buck here, I think this is a big frame buck that provides us a lot of things in terms of some goodness when you put him into stand right there. He's tall, he's long, he's level. I think he carries his top line a little better than two bucks ahead of him, but I don't think he has near as much muscle shape as what's ahead of him, and I'd really like to change him just a little bit on his pastures and the way he puts himself in motion off his hock. Here's a sheep that's really good looking, well balanced. There just isn't as much muscle shape as what's ahead of him, but his underlying quality is good. I like that about him. He's very smooth about his parts. To me, I need more expression of muscle to get any higher in the class, but I think that's a sheep that if you're just trying to make better bodied sheep that can also provide you some structural correctness, I think that sheep provides you that. Probably the buck that excites him most in terms of the front 1/3 piece of his body is in 5. Here's a sheep that's really good about his neck set. He's really good about his shoulder, and really, really pretty when you just set him right there. When I put this one in motion, there just isn't as much sheep from front to rear underneath of his body cavity. Doesn't have as much muscle as you study him over the top side. But the front 1/3, if you're trying to make them better looking or want to make some that are a little better in the front 1/3 of their body, that buck might help you. Thank you.
All right, our next class is going to be your Fall Ram Lambs late. Here are the results from the Fall Ram Lambs early. First place, lot number 921, Substitute. Second place, lot number 913, Burns Stock Farm. Third place, lot number 1015, Wilworth Southdowns. Fourth is lot number 909, Wiersbicki Southdowns. In fifth place, lot number 1009, Darlington Downs. Sixth was lot number 934, ESQ Southdowns.
Let's see what we got different here. We got too many sheep.
In seventh was lot number 874, MB Genetics. Eighth place, lot number 941, Substitute, Fowler Southdowns.
Lots of different types and kinds, again, like I would have expected, but I think the buck we start with, now you have to gravitate to him from a total standpoint of balance and quality. Here's a sheep with some muscle shape, but more importantly, he's got a rib cage that's put together in him really, really well. When I stand and look down their back, it's where you can look down them. You can really tell their upper center portion of their rib cage. You can really tell to see if they've got flair from behind. I think this buck gives us the most progression, both from the front part of his cavity all the way back. I think a buck that's very good on his feet and legs in terms of that regard. Is he the biggest, most extended one? I'm not going to say that, but he's the one that has the most right things about him. For a taller fronted type of a sheep, I find this sheep very intriguing in two. If I could get this sheep to be a little shallower in his overall body cavity, I think this sheep goes and wins this class. But I think in terms of when you put him into motion, that's when he starts to get a little bit deeper in his overall body makeup, not in terms of necessarily being too big in his shoulder or too deep in terms of his breastplate. I just think the sheep needs to be a little shallower in his overall kind, but there's a high quality one that doesn't have a lot wrong with him other than I'd like to change his body cavity in terms of the shallowness, and as he shallows, then that might open up his upper center rib. Very level through his hip. There's a sheep that probably wouldn't mess up a lot of things if you were breeding to him. Another sheep that's a similar in terms of type and kind of my class winner, he just doesn't come as quite as well balanced as my class winner, but a sheep that if you want to add some muscle and some size in terms of just muscle shape to him and give you some rib cage, I think that buck can do it. Big frame sheep, it sits in 4 and 5. They don't balance as well. Their structural correctness isn't as good as the ones that are ahead of them. I'll give them the size and their productivity and the pounds in terms of their growth. I just like to put these sheep together better from front to rear in terms of balance and type and kind in the rib cage.
Senior champion. Our next class is going to be a show for senior champion. Let's bring our first and second place winners back in, if you would please. Here are the results from the late fall Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 1038, John Brzezinski. In second place, lot number 955, the Craig family livestock. Third place was lot number 1037, John Brzezinski. In fourth place was lot number 996, Northern Star Livestock. And in fifth place, lot number 997, also consigned by Northern Star Livestock. I've got a Ohio gray, dark gray Ford F-150 blocking a trailer. We need it moved, if you would, please. Ohio tags ETX 2765. If you could go out, if that's yours, a dark gray F-150, Ohio tags ETX 2765. If you could move that, we'd appreciate it. Thank you. In the show for your junior or senior champion, we have from the yearling class, lot number 930 substitute Beckmeyer Brothers. Second in that class was lot number 892 Caniddle Livestock. In the early fall Ram Lamb class, first place, lot number 921 Bowman's Southdowns, and in second was lot number 913 Burns Stock Farm. From the late fall class, first place, lot number 1038 John Brzezinski. Second, lot number 955 Craig family livestock. This is the final call. If you want to bid on a Moramus dog over at the Tunis booth, this is the final call. They're taking final bids right now.
Well, the real decision will be tomorrow in terms of what you guys think, but I'm just a part of putting a sale order together, and then you guys have to promote your pieces and parts of the puzzle when you start to look at them out here. I think these are bucks that all have some quality about them. I think in terms when you study them, they don't look like bucks that could really totally train wreck you in terms of making a bunch of lambs that just aren't sellable. I think a lot of it comes down to saleability in terms of if you want to make money, you got to make sellable sheep that you can sell a lot of them and make that work. With feed costs where we're at, semen cost and everything, I think it really comes down to just having some balance and some quality and some saleability, and I think all these bucks can do some things for you guys out there. You guys will be the ones that have to decide which one in terms of brings the most right pieces. I think the bucks, as you look at the two yearling bucks, I think they're bigger frame type of a sheep in terms of being still good looking. They're not big in terms of as Southdowns are, but I think in terms of sheep that have some muscle and some balance to them, I think they can put some things together there, yet they're still good looking. The fall buck here, that out of the first class, he's the big backed one. He's the big racked one. He's the open ribbed one. Yet he's tall fronted, and I think there's a lot of quality about that sheep. You know, you put him in motion, you like to change him just a little bit in that regard. But as you put together the kind of muscle that he has in his top line, sometimes that affects in terms of how they carry themselves. Sometimes you can get almost so much muscle that it brings pieces that maybe pop up just a little bit, but that's real muscle. Well, the smaller buck in the late fall class, he's a very well-balanced buck. He's not the biggest one out here, but I think he can do some good things if somebody wants to just make some high-quality sheep, some saleability sheep from that standpoint. He's not one of the bigger ones out here, but he's a very nice, complete, very solid from that standpoint. He kind of looks a little bit smaller framed out here, but you've got to sort on whether you guys want to do that or not. I think it really comes down to the fall buck and the first place yearling buck. Those two are the two that I like the most in terms of what can provide some good things about making some bigger type sheep without destroying your size, but yet can bring some quality to the table. It's really sorts down to which one you want to go to in terms of what your kind is, in terms of where you want to be, in terms of your rib cage, where you want to be in terms of your muscle shape, and all those things, and come from balance. I think both of them have some good things. I'm going to opt to stay with the muscle. I'm a muscle guy. We're going to use the fall buck. That's a big backed one. He's really big racked. He's really good in the upper center portion of his rib cage. The yearling buck's real complete. Just like to add just a little tick more muscle in this one, but I think he's very good in terms of his feet and legs and quality of getting around the ring.
Your senior champion came out of the early fall Ram Lamb class, lot number 921, Bowman Southdowns. Your reserve senior champion came out of the yearling class, lot number 930 substitute, Beckmeyer Brothers. Our next class will be your January Ram Lambs. We just have one class, January Ram Lambs.
I think it's close in the top two, and then the third buck, we'll talk about him in a second. I think let's talk about these two at the top end, and I think the one that's the truest in terms of at the ground and at the squarest in terms of the way he wants to put himself together all the way from the ground up is the buck that I start this particular class with. I think he's good in his chest floor. I think he's good in his blade. I think he's very shapely from front to rear in terms of having a good progression. As you get behind him, he's wider from behind than he is in his front. I think when you study him and watch him walk, I'd like for him to move just ever so slightly a little bit better in terms of just get out and go. But I think a sheep that he is the truest in terms of his rib cage of those top two, and I think he's the truest in terms of the squareness underneath down in his front legs. I think he's just more, there's more true natural width of rib cage and dimension in that sheep, and I think he's just a little square on his front legs than the buck in two. Two's extremely good when you set him in his presence. I think he's long and level in his hip. He shows this nice shape. If I could just get this guy to be a little bit wider based up front to give me a little more true rib cage, but that's a really nice sheep in terms of just falling in two, falls behind one with a little more to him. The big buck here in three is a sheep that if you want a tall fronted one, you want some growth and you want some length of neck and some of those pieces, I think that buck provides us a lot. I don't think there's as much real body width in this one. I don't read him as good in terms of his rib cage from front to rear, but I do see this sheep for being a bigger frame type of a sheep, one of the best balanced ones that I've seen all day for a big sheep. The buck here in four is a little bit too quick for me and my kind, but a buck that if you want to add some muscle, some dimension, and some bone width and some of those types of things, I think he can do that, but I think he'll probably downsize you a little bit, but I think he can add a lot of good in terms of his rib cage and his muscle shape. Then we run into two bucks that are a little greener in their makeup. I think this one here in fifth just needs more time on feed, but there's some quality about that sheep. And then another big frame sheep that when the young lady just gets him set and propped and puts him right there, he can take a real nice picture from the profile from the side. I'd like to just see more real muscle shape and cage development in this sheep, but he's one that's really good up in terms of length of neck and extension to him. Need more muscle shape and real rib cage.
Our next class is going to be your February Ram Lambs. I'd like to bring them on up to the arena, please. February Ram Lambs. Here are the results from the January Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 917, Bullington Southdowns. Second place, lot number 998, Northern Star Livestock. In third place, lot number 861, Substitute, Howard Southdowns. Fourth place, lot number 963, Second Star Southdowns. In fifth place, lot number 1020, Substitute, Nolan Show Lambs. In sixth place, lot number 995, Substitute, Northern Star Livestock. Seventh was lot number 1005, Limestone Southdowns. Eighth place, lot number 1026, Metzger Boys Southdowns. And in ninth place, lot number 875, MB Genetics.
This will probably be one of those classes on the way home you'll think a little bit about, and you'll wonder if you totally got it right. But I think when you start to study him, I'm looking for a sheep that has balance and still has some muscle shape. And yet I see this sheep in one that he's for a big framed one. He really percents in terms of good, in terms of length of body, but more importantly, he really progresses in width, and he's big in his hip. He's green, he's skinny in my mind in terms of his body flesh for the size that he is. In terms of his age, I think he's a sheep that's really good in his breastbone. I think that's the difference in these two sheep. I think he's a lot better there. He looks like a sheep that you can project, and he'll still grow, and he'll maintain himself from those regards. You put him in motion, he actually has some base width under both ends, and probably his hip is leveler, square, and bigger on that sheep in there, and he's a little square in his loin edge. Now, I'll give you, in terms of when you study the 1 and 2, when she gets him covered up and props him, gets his top down in him, that sheep right there has a very good look about him. You put him in motion, he's not quite as good in terms of right up out of his blade into his rack, and part of that projects into his chest floor just a little bit, but that's a sheep that's good looking, still has some muscle shape about him. I don't know if he's as well balanced in the front 1/3 of his body as the one that's in 1. I do think he might show us a little more shape or maturity or cover and flesh in the show ring today. The buck here in 3 is the big stout one in terms of muscle shape, and particularly in his leg and his hip. This sheep just isn't as elegant fronted as I would like to see, maybe not as up and out, but a sheep, again, that if you want to add some muscle and some shape to him, I think that buck can do that. The buck here in 4 gets a little bit more short-sighted for me in my particular class that we're looking at here today, but a buck that just doesn't look like he's got a lot wrong with him in terms of those kinds of characteristics. At the same point in time, I'd like to lengthen him out just a little bit, maybe make him just ever so slightly better when you put him into motion. He just doesn't have that up-front look about him like the couple that are ahead of him. We end up with a couple bucks that are big framed. If you need some size and some skeleton and some extension up front, those bucks can provide that to you. They just need to be a little bit better in their skeleton, a little bit better in their muscle shape for me.
Back in the barn, our next class will be for your junior champion. Junior champion to be your next class. First and second place winners out of our January and February class. Here are the results from the February class. First place, lot number 852, Oldenburg Farms. In second place, lot number 889, Wilson Livestock. Third place is lot number 1481, Second Star Southdowns. Fourth is lot number 956, Craig Family Livestock. Fifth place, lot number 1031, Barker Farm Southdowns. And in sixth place, lot number 937, Substitute Scramlin Southdowns. In our show for your junior champion, your January Ram Lamb. First place, lot number 917, Bullington Southdowns. In second place in that class, lot number 998, Northern Star Livestock. In the February class, first place, lot number 852, Oldenburg Farms. In second place, lot number 889, Wilson Livestock.
For our junior champion Southdown buck out here, we got a nice set of 4 out here in terms of individuals to look at. I think there's 2 that separate themselves pretty well for me in terms of having some muscle, some rib cage, and some design, both in terms of the way they put their rib cage together, but yet they still have nice muscle shape as you get on. First class will be your champion and reserve out of that class.
Our next class will be for your national champion, Southdown Ram. Let's bring in our senior champion and reserve back to the arena, please. Oh, Sarah Kuykendall, we need you at the announcer stand. Sarah Kuykendall. She was shown. In the show for your national champion ram, we have the first place senior champion, first place fall ram lamb, lot number 921, Bowman Southdowns. Your reserve senior champion came from the yearling class, lot number 930, substitute Beckmeyer Brothers. Your junior champion was your January lamb, lot number 917, Bullington Southdowns. Your reserve junior champion also came from the January class, lot number 998, Northern Star Livestock.
We've got a nice set of bucks out here. There's some differences in their type and kind, and sometimes you get caught as a judge trying to find that one in terms of the perfect balance and the perfect big sheep. It still has a lot of muscle. There's been a lot of discussion with people that I know in the breed that keep saying we can't, you can't raise a good big one in terms of having all the muscle and the shape and still be really good in terms of the way their body puts themselves together. I still think that that's a goal that we should do in all breeds and all in all the different barns, and I think it is attainable. I think when you start to study these, I'm not going to tell you there's not two different types out here. The senior champion probably provides you a pair of bucks that have a little more skeletal grow, size, a little more up-fronted type of sheep, but yet they still have some muscle and some shape about them for sure. Probably the thickest buck in terms of just true muscle raw shape is the fall buck in terms of his upper back and right up there in his rack. And I think that's one of the challenges when you get into bigger Southdown sheep. Sometimes you can't get a rack in those sheep. They'll have a really good look to them, and you stand back from them, and they still have a very good attractive look. But when you get up on top of them and handle them, they don't have that real rack shape and that real rib cage up in their upper center, one third of their body. In terms of when I talk about that, we're talking about right here. It's really, really important to be able to get your shape, to have some shape right there and some rib cage right there. Typically, if you have rib cage right there, you also put your feet and legs down underneath of that sheep, right? Because that's all where that skeleton starts, and it drops down off their body, and their front legs have some width. Some width in those. Both big bucks have that in terms of having some width, and I think when you study them, they have some squareness in their feet and legs from that standpoint. The two smaller bucks are very nice in terms of balance. I think they provide some good things in terms of like sheep that look like they won't, do a lot of difference in terms of like wreck anything from a structural standpoint. I believe that structure is very, very important when you're putting together these sheep in a long-term pieces of the puzzle, and I think that's important in terms of muscle shape. They've got good muscle for where we are in the Southdown breed today. Are they weathery type muscle in my mind? Maybe not that far extreme, but I think they're both very quality. You guys sort it out tomorrow in terms of where you want to be, in terms of thinking where you want your program to be and what you need to do. I still believe this is a big part of the pieces make the puzzle. You hardly ever find that sheep that makes everything perfect, even in the blacks or anything. It's all apart putting your pieces together. The buck that provides me the most in terms of skeletal quality, brings some meat and muscle and some structural correctness. We're going to stick in the senior division. I'm using that big pair of sheep up there for champion reserve.
The grand champion Southdown Ram for your national show this year is the Fall Ram Lamb, lot number 921, Bowman Southdowns. Your reserve senior champion was your also reserve grand champion, Lot number 930 substitute, Beckmeyer Brothers from the yearling class. Back in the barn, our next class is going to be your yearling ewes. These will be the odd-numbered yearling ewes. Odd-numbered yearling ewes.
Well, you always hope that you can find one of those couple yearling ewes, you know, out at the national sale that are always exciting. And I think there's 4 or 5 nice pieces in here, but I think there's one that separates itself pretty well for me. She hit the ring, and boy, she's got the whistles and the bells. She's got the leg wool. She's got the structural correctness. You know, as you get into these white ewes, some of them get a little more condition on her in terms of that, but there is one smooth-made, sound-structured one that gets around the ring really, really well. Opens up in her body cavity just like you'd like them underneath. Still powerful from behind and shapely. Just a sheep that really, when you study total true in terms of balance and quality, I think that one wins for me. There's no doubt we've got another ewe here in 2 that's got stud quality in terms of just being big, tall, high-headed, level in her design. You know, she just doesn't hit the ground. When you watch her walk, she's not as wide-based as the one ahead of her. But I'm telling you, I'd take either one of them home and be really happy. My wife would be mad, but we probably won't do that today. But they're both really nice. Congratulations. Now we start to talk about the pieces in the puzzle from there. I think the ewe that falls into 3rd, she's the next one that's a big frame type of a ewe, but yet she's got a lot of balance about her, okay? Her underline is real good, and from her chest to her flank relationship is good. She's a little leveler in her design. She just carries herself just a little bit better from a structural quality standpoint than the one behind her, but a ewe that's just well balanced falls for me in 3rd. A lot of places she can get along. She ran into a pair that I think are awful special. Big frame type of a ewe here in 4. Big skull, big skeleton in terms of that. Big rib cage. Here's a sheep to me, when you put her into motion, is why she gets into 4. She gets a little bit funny on her back legs, just a little bit. But here's a ewe that if you're trying to raise big sheep, you know, and you want to go out there and try to make one of those big kinds, she's probably got the pieces to do it. Just got to work on her underlying quality just a little bit, pull her flank down relative to her heart, but that's a big frame sheep with a big skeleton. Now we got the smallest one in the entire class here next, but I also want to reward this individual because I think this sheep's got a lot of quality about it. Think that's a sheep that's really good in terms of one, if you want to raise some weather sheep. Certainly we all know weather sheep can bring a lot of money. This sheep's got a lot of quality for that type of a sheep. She's good rib, she's good in her muscle and all those pieces. She just isn't as big and elegant, isn't quite as freaky, but she'll probably bring a lot of money in terms of just providing what she does in our Southdown industry, and I congratulate that individual. Run into a pair of ewes that don't have the balance, particularly when you put them in motion. They just don't stay quite as true on their feet and legs as the ones ahead of them, but sheep that have some frame and some skeletal and length of body, certainly have some width and some bone work under them. Just like to make them a little bit stouter from behind, particularly back in their lower leg and hip.
Our next class will be your yearling ewes even. Yearling ewes even are your next class. Here are the results from the odd-numbered yearling ewes. First place, lot number 853, Oldenburg Farms. Second place, lot number 905, 4C Southdowns. In 3rd place, lot number 863, Howard Southdowns. 4th place, lot number 1017, Wilworth Southdowns. In 5th place, lot number 1039, John Rosinski. 6th place, lot number 999, Northern Star Livestock. 7th place, lot number 883, Coon Mills Southdowns. 8th place, lot number 987, JEM Stone. In 9th place, 871, University of Findlay. 10th place, lot number 1011, Substitute, Darlington Downs. In 11th place, lot number 1051, Hicks Southdowns. 12th place, lot number 925, MKP Southdowns. In 13th, lot number 1021, Nolan Show Lambs. And in 14th, lot number 1027, Metzger Boys Southdowns. 15th was lot number 961, Ferguson Southdowns.
Well, now you all officially think I'm crazy, but that's okay. I'm not worried about that today. In terms of what I'm studying, I'm just trying to find the sheep that I like the most in terms of to provide the most good things to particular classes. I know this is as polar opposite as the last classes you can get. I will tell you, I made the comment, I wish them two ewes weren't in the same class earlier to somebody, but I think this one's very unique in its own regard, and I think that one deserves to win its class. There's a thick sheep that has muscle and has look. She's long-necked, she's good-shouldered, she's very, very shapely, she's open in her rib cage, she's very dimensional from behind. If you have to sort them, you start to look at which ones you like and which ones you'd buy and take home, and in a flock, you can have a lot of different types and kinds. I'm pretty confident that that's one that I think a lot of people could put in their breed, in their particular flocks, have a lot of quality that can sit in there. I think the second best one sits in second, and I think she's very good about her shoulder. I think she's very good in her rib cage and her underline. I think she's level in her design. She's sound-footed, and when she gets around the ring, there just isn't as much sheep in that one when I put my hands on her in terms of real shape, but she's very smooth, very good, very elegant in terms of the pieces that she has. That sheep can go breed to a weather-type ewe or a weather-type buck and end up making weather-type sheep, breed her to a big one. I think you can see some good things. The big one's in 3. I'm not going to say that she's not the biggest one. I don't think she's as good as the last 2 big ones that we saw in the last class, but I think that's a good big one. Her condition that she carries on her maybe takes a little bit away from her in terms of filling up her rib cage, and then in the same breath, maybe it adds a little more dimension from behind in her hip and her leg. But for a big one, there's another really high-quality big one. Here's one that's a little bit darker in her color for me, but one that's extremely good in terms of the elegance of the front 1/3 of her body. She's good about her rack. I think those things are really cool about her. She's very immature in comparison to maybe the one ahead of her. Maybe a lot rawer in terms of the condition than the 1 and 2. Doesn't have the real muscle shape of the one up in front, up in the first place, but there's one that I think see a lot of good pieces. Front 2/3 of her, like lots, need more hip and more shape from behind on that one. The 1 and 5 is one of those sheep that, she looks like she's got lots of shape, and she does have some muscle shape for a Southdown. I'm not saying that, but I'd like to just crisp her up in her rib cage, make her a little rounder, make her a little truer and underneath on their body cavity up front, but one that's really well balanced and sets in there and is very nice. Big frame one sits down there towards the end of the class here in 6th. This one's got too much on her and it takes away from her. I think in terms of her body condition just a little bit. I think if you trim that one down, she becomes more competitive at the same point in time. I don't think she has as much rack shape, as much real muscle as what's ahead of her, but for a big one, she's well balanced and kind of smooth in that regard. I understand this class winner's different than the last one, but I think she's real good in her own kind.
Our next class will be your Fall Ewe Lambs Early. Fall Ewe Lambs Early. Here are the results from the yearling ewe late class, it looks like. Even class. Yearling ewe even class. First place, lot number 1040, John Brzezinski. In second place, lot number 894, Caniddle Livestock. Third place, lot number 854, Oldenburg Farms. Fourth is lot number 972, George Brothers Show Lambs. Fifth place, lot number 918, Substitute, Bullington Southdowns. Sixth place, lot number 870, University of Findlay. Seventh was lot number 882, Coon Mills Southdowns. Seventh, lot number, check that, eighth place, lot number 862, Howard Southdowns. Ninth is lot number 938, Scramlin Southdowns. 10th place is lot number 1046, City Limits. 11th is lot number 1016, Substitute, Wilworth Southdowns. 12th place, lot number 948, Substitute, Schaffner Southdowns. 13th, lot number 988, Gemstone. 14th was lot number 888, Substitute, Wilson Livestock. 15th was lot number 898, Williams Southdowns. 16th, lot number 1028, Metzger Boy Southdowns. In 17th, lot number 960, Ferguson Southdowns. 18th was lot number 910, where's Vicky Southdowns. 19th, lot number 990, Branton Sexton. While our judge is placing this class, I do want to remind you that the Ohio Suffolk Sheep Association is having a silent auction backed by the Suffolk Fens today. You'll be able to continue to bid from today and until noon tomorrow. One of the items is a Great Pyrenees male pup donated by Corbett and Leedy Sheep Farm. Auction closes at noon on Saturday, so if you want to go back and see what the Suffolk people have to offer this year, they usually have a lot of cool things. Stop on back by the Ohio Suffolk Sheep Association display, and you can bid on a number of different things. It's right behind the Suffolk aisle.
It's another really nice class of ewe lambs out here to work through. There's some different sizes and shapes. I think the ewe that we win this particular class, she just does a lot of good things in terms of putting together an extremely high quality profile look, both when she's on the move, but yet when she sets herself right down, just really big-footed and really furry and shaggy. And I know that I always say that shouldn't matter, but, you know, it just makes a presentation out of that one. She's not only long-necked and elegant and short-bladed and good in her heart and level in her top line, but then you add all that extra down there, and it just gives her a really, really good picture, and that's a really nice look right there on that ewe lamb. The ewe here in second, I think there's just more of this sheep than the 1 and 3. I'm not sure she'll grow out bigger than the 1 and 3, but I think in terms of today where I follow suit, I think she's just a little bit not as big-footed as the 1 here in 2. 2's a little stouter featured, a little bigger rib cage, you know, just more of her from front to rear. But I'll give you the 1 here in 3 is really cool looking, has a very immature look, long neck, and has some good things about her. I just like to put her with a little bit more dimension from behind in her upper hip and then maybe down into her lower leg, but a good-looking one underneath. Really a long-sided, snout-boned one that's got some length of side and looks like she could grow and then still maintain herself and not get real sloppy looking. And it's a yearling ewe and one that has some elegant look about her, but she just doesn't have quite as neck set as the ones ahead of her, but one that looks like she could be big-framed and have some length of body to her and yet still maintain herself well. The one next in class is a really big-framed one of those sheep that looks like she's feminine and has some look to her. She's one of those sheep that just doesn't have as much from behind. You get behind her and she just wants to funnel down low. She just doesn't have that, but she's going to be one of them ewes. There's no doubt she's going to be big frame, long body, going to be one of those sheep that, you know, in terms of just size and foot, she'll get there. The ewe behind her is another one of the same kind of a comment. She's one of those ewes that's elegant and up and out in her front 1/3 of her body. She just gets a little disappointing for me up in her upper hip and lower leg, but if you want big frame ones, there's a pair of them right there in I believe 5th and 6th that I think will be big size in both and have something to them, just don't have as as much muscle shape as some other ones ahead of her.
All right, our next class is going to be your Fall Ewe Lambs Late Division. Fall Ewe Lambs Late Division. Let's go ahead and bring them on up to the arena, please. Here are the results from the early division in our Fall Ewe Lamb class. First place, lot number 983, Substitute Fleener Club Lambs. In second place, lot number 867, Rinker Southdowns. Third place, lot number 932, Beckmeyer Brothers. In fourth, lot number 1012, Darlington Downs. Fifth, lot number 1019, Woolworth Southdowns. Sixth, lot number 1025, Diamond S. In seventh, lot number 1000, Northern Star Livestock. Eighth place, lot number 989, Gemstone. In ninth place, lot number 929, Miniature Southdowns. In 10th place, lot number 1018, Woolworth Southdowns. In 11th, lot number 985, Rhodes Southdowns. 12th place, lot number 1485, Limestone Southdowns. In 13th, lot number 939, Scramlin Southdowns. In 14th, lot number 1006, Limestone Southdowns. 15th, lot number 876, MB Genetics. 16th, lot number 899, Williams Southdowns. 17th, lot number 1489, Miniature Southdowns. 18th, lot number 873, the University of Findlay. 19th, the lot number 962, Ferguson Southdowns. In 20th, lot number 986, Rhodes Southdowns. 21st was lot number 879, Old Glory Farms. 22nd was lot 900 on Williams Southdowns. And 23rd was lot number 881, Sexton Southdowns.
really a nice class. There's some pieces out here that are a little different in terms of where you put them together. I think the best balanced one in terms of just total rib cage, shallowness of body, and yet really shapely when you get up on top of this sheep. I think she wins the class for me in terms of being one that's elegant and cool fronted, yet still has lots of shape and terminal shape that brings it to the table. Also, you that just appreciate in terms of a lot of things about her when you put her in motion. I think she's the better breastplated, a little shallow in her rib cage than the one here in two. Two's a big ribbed, bold made one type of a ewe that's got a little bigger rib cage in her. She's carrying more condition than the ewe ahead of her, but she is a little stouter in terms of the center portion of her body than the one ahead of her. But I don't know if she's as elegant, high-headed, and as up as the one that's right ahead of her. The one here in three, I'm pretty confident she'll probably be bigger than the two that are ahead of her in my mind in terms of just frame. I just don't know if this one's as well balanced when you put her into motion. She wants to just get a little straighter off her front end, maybe not as dimensional from behind, but there's a good-looking one that's going to have some size and some frame. Her neck definitely sits on top of her shoulder right. I appreciate that about her. I just like to put a little more power in her upper hip and down her lower leg. Here's a thick one here in four, real stout, big-bodied, big-rib, big-footed type of a sheep. Doesn't have the femininity of maybe the yearling ewe that they brought out earlier, but one that if you want to put some power and some dimension and some muscle, some real rib cage in one and put some foot size, that one's going to get it done. We got a ewe that I think she might be the biggest one in the class by yearling. I won't argue that at all. I think she's very elegant fronted. She's high headed. This one gets a little high in her top, just doesn't have as much shape from behind when you put her into motion. And part of that could be the just being a more immature, more feminine type of a ewe lamb. I just like to see a little more shape that comes with the elegance that she does bring to the table. Nice class.
Our next class will be a show for senior champion. We need both the first and second place winners of each of our classes here so far this morning. Here are the results from the Fall Ewe Lamb Late Division. First place, lot number 914, Burns Stock Farm. Second place was lot number 908, Substitute, 4C Southdowns. Third place, lot number 1013, Darlington Downs. Fourth place was lot number 1042, John Mrazinski. Fifth place, lot number 895, Caniddle Livestock. Sixth was lot number 953, Substitute, FP Livestock. Seventh, lot number 942, Substitute, Fowler Southdowns. Eighth place, lot number 957, Craig Family Livestock. Ninth place, lot number 1043, John Mrazinski. 10th place, lot number 1001, Northern Star Livestock. 11th was lot number 926, MKP Southdowns. 12th was lot number 950, Schaffner Southdowns. 13th was lot number 949, Schaffner Southdowns. In the show for the senior champion, we have the first place yearling from the odd division, lot number 853, Oldenburg Farms. Second in that class, lot number 905, 4C Southdowns. In the even-numbered yearling ewe class, first place, lot number 1040, John Mrazinski. Second was lot number 894, Caniddle Livestock. From the early Fall Ewe Lamb class, lot number 983, Substitute, Fleener Club Lambs. Second was lot number 867, Rinker Southdowns. And from the late Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place, lot number 914, Burns Stock Farm. Second, lot number 908, Substitute, 4C Southdowns.
Well, I was confident on the way out that, you get into the ewe show, and I just am always amazed at the female show always seems to have so much more depth, so much more strength than most breeds. you know, and us men need to realize that in our families, you know, we marry a woman, and that's probably the strength within it, and brings things to the table. But most importantly, you know, really happy with my ewes that are out here. There's lots of good things that, you know, I could settle in and do some things out here that I think that all these breeders that brought them out here, I'm sure a lot of them brought them out here thought they were going to win their class. I'm happy for those that got to do that. I'm very happy with my class winners and my seconds out here. I think the senior division was real strong. It's going to be pretty hard to separate the pair of yearling ewes. There's your champion reserve in the senior division. Really a nice pair. The one that wins, that one's pretty special, folks.
We're now ready to move into the January ewe lambs odd division. January ewe lambs odd numbered division, please. Our senior champion for the National Southdown Show is from the odd yearling ewe division, lot number 853, Oldenburg Farms. Your reserve senior champion came from the same class, lot number 905, 4C Southdowns.
Another class that's you got to sort some things out, and you guys might see these guys just a little bit different as it comes into the class. A lot of differences in age, maturity, cover, but I think in terms of balance and just overall putting together the most right things, I think this young man, G-Lam, wins the class in terms of being feminine design, yet she's still got some shape and some dimension from behind. She puts her balance together underneath in her body cavity and also shows me some natural shape from behind down low in her leg, and yet, you know, if I was going to change her, might just pull her apart in her skeleton, but if these guys are really the age they are, they've got a long way to go to open up and do some of those things, but I think that one's the best in terms of the totals out here. The one here in 2, I think, is another one of those that's well designed. I think a difference between 2 and 3, I'm not sure 2 will ever be as big as 3, I'll give you that, but I think 2's just better flanked, and I think she's a lot better in terms of her foot size and her just the overall balance of that particular individual's neck set and the way it all puts itself together. The one here in 3 is long-sided, wants to get a little higher in her flank maybe than her chest floor, and maybe that's a maturity thing that she'll sog up in her side, but today it doesn't do it. But she's big, she looks like she could grow and be long-sided. The real immature one in the class is 4, and this one has a bright future because I actually see in that skinny skeleton that there's a really nice sheep in there in terms of being good ribbed, good fronted, has good balance, good symmetry from behind. This one's just very, very immature in my opinion, but I also think I want to recognize it has some quality. A little more mature one, but big framed and lots of rib cage and lots of body here in 5th hole, long-sided. She's got some width of her up underneath of her. She's probably the heaviest conditioned of the group that's out here, and we end on a class with the Ewe-Lamb that she's well balanced. To me, when you put her into motion, she wants to get a little bit different in her top line from me, maybe close up just a little bit more in her upper tail head, but a nice class with some differences in age and maturity and cover.
Our next class is going to be your January Ewe-Lambs even division. Even numbered division will be your next class, January Ewe-Lambs. Here are the results from the odd numbered January Ewe-Lambs. First place, lot number 903, Parker Farm Southdowns. In second place, lot number 943, Fowler Southdowns. In third place, lot number 1003, Northern Star Livestock. Fourth was lot number 915, Burns Stock Farm. Fifth, lot number 1047, City Limits. In sixth, lot number 1035, Substitute, Welker Farm Southdowns. In seventh, lot number 927, MKP Southdowns. Eighth place, lot number 911, Wiersbicki Southdowns. In ninth place, lot number 935, ESQ Southdowns. 10th place, lot number 877, MB Genetics. 11th, lot number 959, Craig Family Livestock. 12th place, lot number 1029, Metzger Boys Southdowns. 13th, lot number 901, Williams Southdowns. In 14th, lot number 949, James McClintock.
Again, we have a class with some differences in cover, certainly have some differences in structure, but I think the ewe that we start with, I think she wins today. I don't know if she's the biggest one when we're done as yearlings, but I think she's the highest quality one in terms of just putting together body, cavity, muscle, design, just structure. Put some pin width in that particular female. She's big skulled. She's long necked for one that's got some body to her. Appreciate that one a fair amount in terms of falling into this class. The real decision becomes in 2, 3, and 4. I think 2's just a little better balanced back in her upper hip. She's leveler. I think she's square in her loin edge than a couple behind her. I just think there's a little bit more of her. She's not as feminine or freaky fronted, particularly when you put her in motion as the ewe here in 3. That one's a lot better in terms of when you put her into motion. I think she stays a little tighter in her heart, a little bit better in that regard. I think that one just needs to be a little bit leveler from hooks to pins, maybe be a skosh bigger footed or a little bit stouter underneath of her body cavity. The one here in 4, when the young man gets her all put together and collected, she takes a really nice picture. Sometimes she kind of fights it, and when she goes to walk, she kind of comes apart just a little bit in terms of she just isn't as good as designed in terms of right behind her shoulder and pops her top a little bit. But when you just get her propped, set, and she starts to cooperate, or you can get her to relax, she takes a really, really nice picture and a good profile. Big frame, long-sided one here next in class, one that you appreciate those things about her. She's one of the more mature ones in terms of her cover, is the ones that are up ahead of her, but one that has all bright future in terms of length of side and some muscle and some shape down her top line. Got nice bone work and foot size under. Ewe lamb next is one of those that's well complete in terms of the way she just wants to stand there and look. When I put her in motion, she's not quite as tidy in terms of her design of her skeleton. Gets a little looser structured. Sometimes those looser structured ones can be the ones that grow just a little bit more, but for me today, she gets a little bit loose in those areas and maybe not as much hip and width from behind. Then we run into one that's real pretty from the side. I don't know if there's enough skeletal width in her. I do believe that she'll grow and she'll have some size to her as a yearling ewe if that's the one you're looking for from a size standpoint.
Our next class is going to be your February ewe lambs odd number division. February ewe lambs odd number division. Here are the results of the January ewe lamb even number division. First place, lot number 1468, 4C Southdowns. Second, lot number 944, Substitute, Fowler Southdowns. Third place, lot number 922, Bowman Southdowns. In fourth, lot number 896, Caniddle Livestock. Fifth, lot number 1048, Substitute, City Limits. In sixth, lot number 906, 4C Southdowns. In seventh, lot number 884, Coon Mills Southdowns. In eighth place, lot number 864, Howard Southdown. Ninth place, lot number 936, ESQ Southdowns. 10th place, lot number 1002, Northern Star Livestock. 11th, lot number 904, Parker Farm Southdowns. 12th place, lot number 1050, Sowers Livestock Company. 13th, lot number 1014, Darlington Downs. 14th, lot number 966, Leininger Southdowns. In 15th, lot number 890, Wilson Livestock. 16th, lot number 954, FP Livestock. 17th, lot number 878, MB Genetics. 18th, lot number 928, Substitute, MKP Southdowns. 19th, lot number 992, Substitute, Lone Rooster Farm. And lot number 20, in 20th place was lot number 1034, Welker Farm Southdowns.
I think the ewe lamb that starts the class, she just puts herself together a little bit better, the way her shoulder blends into her rack, and then she's very smooth down her top line. Carries herself really, really exceptional around the ring in terms of the way her neck sets up, and yet she also holds her chest floor up when she goes around the ring, and I think she might be one of the best balanced ones underneath in her body cavity, one of those ewes that just has that look about her, that yet she's very feminine. It looks like she's got some length of neck and some potential to grow. The ewe here in second, when the young man gets her propped up, I think she belongs in 2 for me. Both 2 and 3 just get a little bit out of balance when you put them in motion just a little bit in terms of their chest floor relative to their flank, but I think the one here in 2 is just a little more elegant, little shorter in her blade width, I think, or blade length, excuse me, and one of those sheep that I think blends into a rack and shows me a little more natural shape up over the top liner. The ewe lamb here in third, young man gets her sets up. She looks really sharp in that regard. I think when she moves, we just talked about, maybe she doesn't hold her underline as well as the one headed. The one that bothers me is the one here in 4. You know, she might just be that green one that's going to grow like crazy. She's one of those sheep that's long-sided, and, I mean, you should really appreciate that about her. I think she's extremely short-bladed. She's really open in the bottom 1/3 of her cavity and her rib, and I like that. Just wish I could see this one 15, 20 pounds down the road, because I think that one's got a bright future. The one next in class is one of those that's stout muscle. There's your muscle piece in this particular class. She isn't quite as feminine. She's a little more further along in terms of her body condition. Like to pull her top line just down in her just a little bit when she gets on the move. Another one that's going to be big, there's no doubt. I think that one looks like she's big and long. I don't know if that one's as well balanced as some of those that are ahead of her, but I think probably by the time she gets to be a yearling, she'll put it all together, and then that'll be one of those which you'd see, and somebody would remind me that that was a ewe that was in 5th, but I think she's another one that's going to be big and long and grow like crazy.
Our next class will be your February ewe lambs even division. February ewe lambs even division. Here are the results from the February ewe lambs odd number division. First place, lot number 907, 4C Southdowns. Second place, number 973, substitute George Brothers Show Lambs. In third was lot number 897, Caniddle Livestock. Fourth was lot number 857, substitute Oldenburg Farms. Fifth is lot number 923, Bowman Southdowns. Sixth place, lot number 855, substitute Oldenburg Farms. Seventh, lot number 887, Coon Mills Southdowns. Eighth place, lot number 859, Oldenburg Farms. Ninth place, lot number 891, Wilson Livestock. 10th place, lot number 945, Fowler Southdowns. 11th, lot number 865, Howard Southdowns. 12th place, lot number 919, substitute Bullington Southdowns. 13th, lot number 969, Sunrise Southdowns. 14th, lot number 1409, Carson Club Lambs. 15th, lot number 1033, substitute Welker Farm Southdowns.
pair of sheep up here at the top of the class. I think the ewe that gets there, she's probably a little more mature than the one here in 2, but I think it's her added length of body, I think, that gets her into the first hole. I think these are the 2 best balanced ones out here from an underlying quality and back into their flank and how their chests come together. I think this ewe that starts a class, she's got some added length of body from in comparison to most of them out here. She's definitely longer hipped. I think one that handles with enough muscle. She's not as shapely as a couple other further down in the class, but a ewe that I think just falls into first from a balance standpoint. The ewe in 2 intrigues me. If she was just about an inch and a half longer body, I could get real excited because I think she looks like the kind that from a cannon bone length standpoint and just the total length and the balance of those 2 bones up front, she looks like she could be really big and tall and long-necked and extreme from that standpoint. I just like to stretch her out just a little bit. Very smooth, very good handling type of a sheep from that standpoint. The ewe here in 3 looks like she's a little drier out, maybe in underneath of her body. Her flank to chest relationship just doesn't come together for me to get up any higher in the class today. It makes her look like she's maybe a little longer bladed. She might not be, but right now in terms of if I study her length of side and the lower leg shape, I'd like to put a little more power in that one. The ewe here in 4 has some shape and some bone work. She looks like she might be one of those that's long-necked and cool as she matures, but she also might be one of those that just gets a little more shorter in terms of not as tall-fronted, maybe a little shorter cannon bone, but yet, and it puts it together. If you maintain her body condition right, she could be a real cool-looking ewe, maybe more of a weather type of a ewe in my opinion, but one that has a lot of quality. The next ewe is really muscular. She's very shapely in terms of the muscle volume and shape she brings to the table. I don't think she's as well balanced when you put her in motion. She wants to come apart a little bit, the way her shoulder gets a little bit rounder or a little bit deeper, but one of those sheep that if you want some muscle and some shape, she's got it in there. Then we end the class with one that to me just needs more width from front to rear. She's long-necked and cool-made. I just need to see more muscle shape in this one, and I think that would help tie her together when you put her into motion if she had just a little more muscle shape down her top line.
Our next class will be your junior champion. We need first and second place winners from our January and February classes, please. Here are the results from the February ULAM even number division. First place, lot number 940, Scramlin Southdowns. In second, lot number 858, Oldenburg Farms. Third place, lot number 920, Bullington Southdowns. Fourth was lot number 912, Wiersbicki Southdowns. Fifth, lot number 856, Substitute, Oldenburg Farms. Sixth, lot number 886, Coon Mills Southdowns. We'll continue in just a moment. In our show for your junior champion, Southdown at your national show. From our January ULAM odd number division, first place, lot number 903, Parker Farm Southdowns. Second in that class was lot number 943, Fowler Southdowns. From the January ULAM class even number division, first place, lot number 1468, Forsey Southdowns. Second, lot number 944, Substitute, Fowler Southdowns. From the February odd division, first place, lot number 907, Forsey Southdowns. Second was lot number 973, Substitute, George Brothers Show Lambs. And from the February even number division, first place, lot number 940, Scramlin Southdowns. Second, lot number 858, Oldenburg Farms. Continuing on with the placings of the February even numbers, seventh place was lot number 860. That would be Oldenburg Farms. Eighth place, lot number 1010, Substitute, Darlington Downs. Ninth place, lot number 924, MKP Southdowns. 10th place, lot number 1032, Welker Farm Southdowns. 11th, lot number 964, Substitute, Second Star Southdowns. 12th place, lot number 970, Substitute, Sunrise Southdowns. 13th, lot number 1030, Metzger Boys Southdowns. 14th, lot number 1054, Substitute, Hicks Southdowns.
for junior champion Southdown ewe. Another really good set of ewes out here in 1 and 2 that have a lot of balance and a lot of quality about them. Have some muscle and some design to them. Typically, I would say most of them are good in terms of in their underlying quality and certainly put their chests where they need to be in relationship to their flanks. I think when you really come down to it, there's a pair of ewes that I think just have a lot more to them, not only in terms of are they cool looking, but they also have some dimension of rib cage and some stoutness to them. I think they're sheep that also have a tremendous amount of future in terms of just being ewes that look like they can go out and be brood ewes, hardy in terms of those. The pair of ewes right here in front of me, I'm going right here in this class, 1-2 in that class.
Our next class is going to be your selection for your grand champion female for your national show. Let's bring our senior champions back up to the ring, please. In the show for your national champion Southdown female, we have the senior champion out of the yearling ewe class, lot number 853, Oldenburg Farms. Your reserve senior champion was also from the yearling ewe class, lot number 905, 4C Southdowns. Your junior champions were from the January ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 1468, 4C Southdowns. Reserve junior champion was lot number 944 substitute Fowler Southdowns.
I'd like to thank the committee for having me out to work through the downs today. It's been a lot of fun to work through out here. I've always liked the breed. I think in terms of when you come out here for your national champion ewe, in my mind, it's very obvious. Young people right here. That one's pretty special, guys. That is one opened up sheep underneath of its body cavity. Watch it go in, out. Watch it wherever you want to watch that thing walk. That thing is really, really good. Really impressed with that one. Go ahead and bring her out and bring her over here. We'll get a picture in a minute. I'd like to see the yearling ewe a little closer to this ewe lamb, if you don't mind. Congratulations to these guys. That's a really, really nice Southdown. Congratulations to those guys. I think, in terms of when you put the sheep together, they still got to be really, really good up front and bring all those good factors to them. I think this other yearling probably ought to be in the next reserve national champion in terms of out here. Really good under her heart. I think she's a little shallower in terms of her overall breastplate, and I think she's better just in the width and dimension of her lower cage in her. She's not as wide-basted maybe as the ewe lamb and from behind, but there's a big sculled one. Looks like a kind of ewe that you could go out and make maybe a donor ewe or something. You can make a lot of things around that. So congratulations to those guys on the other yearling for reserve.
The grand champion for your National Southdown show was your senior champion, lot number 853, Oldenburg Farms. Your reserve grand champion was your reserve senior champion, lot number 905, 4C Southdowns. That concludes our Southdown show. We'd like to thank all the consigners for bringing a fine group of sheep. Our judge, Brad Ellerbrook, for coming in and making the placings for us today. We're just about ready now to move into our next breed. This will be your Shropshire yearling rams. Let's get ready to come up to the arena. We'll call them in just a couple minutes. We have a reminder here that we want to remind all Shropshire breeders, all belly wool must be shorn off and divots in the hock area must be sheared out. To our Shropshires, all belly wool must be shorn off and all divots in the hock area must be sheared out. All right, we're ready to begin the National Shropshire Show. Starting with our yearling rams. Let's bring them on up to the ring, please. Shropshire yearling rams.
A really nice way to start out your Shropshire Ram show out here. And I think we have 4 really high quality individuals. That being said, we're starting with one that, boy, when you get over top of him, he just kind of overwhelms the class. He is extremely big about his rack, really square, really level in his design. One that's good about his shoulder. You get in front of him, he's out on his corners, he's really square. He shows me the most amount of shape and dimension through the center portion of his skeleton. You get in behind him as well. Just a really nice kind of ram to start off with. We've got a ram that I really appreciate the breed type on here in second. I prefer that one and that advantage. We get our hands on him again. Really a big top in this sheep. I like his rack. He comes back to a big upper hip. He's got enough shape. He doesn't have quite what we're seeing in the class winner. That's my main difference. I think there's 2 high quality rams. You decide which one works better in your program. We come to a long-sided sheep here in 3, one you appreciate for that length of hind saddle. One that just starts running out of power when we analyze him compared to his contemporaries at the top end. We round out the class. We have a huge muscle type of a sheep. One that you get in behind him, he definitely shows me the most amount of shape. I like how big topped he is. One that's maybe just not quite as neat and tidy as we set him into motion compared to these 3 standing directly ahead. Nice class of rams. Congratulations.
We're now ready for your fall ram lambs. Here are the results from the yearling ram class. First place, lot number 1148, Land Run Shrops. In second place, lot number 1061, City Limits. Third place was lot number 1124, La Framboise Livestock. And in fourth place, lot number 1142, Parr Family Shrops. For those of you watching our show today, we'd like to welcome you to the National Shropshire Show here for the Ohio Showcase Sales. Our judge for today is Alex Wolf. Alex has been with us a number of different times. He's also been showing some sheep, sold some sheep over in the sales this morning. We're pleased to have Alex with us to place our Shropshires here this afternoon. Shropshire consigners want to remind you that following our fall Ram Lamb class, we will be showing for a senior champion. Following our January and February classes, we'll show for junior champion.
Nice cross of Ram Lambs out here, and we're starting with one, certainly the most complete type of a buck out here. One, when you analyze, he's got some foot size about him. He's got a good skeletal design. He's really good in terms of his muscle shape as well. You view him over from the top. He's got a big square rack in him, a good handle coming back through. Shows me some shape from behind. I think that's just a handy place to start. From there on, we've got some sorting to do. We got a ram out here that if you're looking to make your program just a little bit larger or a little taller fronted, this is certainly the buck out here to do it for you. He's really good in terms of his design. He's extended. He's really straight in his lines. We're not seeing quite the muscle mass that we do in that class winner. We come to the ram here in 3, and one that definitely wants to fight out here a little bit more. Kind of like the design on this guy, and when you put your hands on him, boy, he's got a great touch. He's the wider pin set, bigger in his upper hip. He's got more shape when you view him from behind. Today, for me, we just need a little more cooperation to be able to go ahead and run higher. We come to a ram here in 4, again, a long outlined ram, one you appreciate for that length of side. One that if we were to change him in terms of the 3 standing directly ahead, maybe his breed type isn't quite as good. If you're pretty good on your breed type, boy, that buck can stretch out your sheep. Then we come to a big burly buck, one you really appreciate in terms of his bone size and his ruggedness. He is round-bodied, big top, just maybe a notch coarser compared to some we're seeing directly ahead. Rounding out the class again, another really long-sided ram. I encourage the exhibitors to go back, or the customers to go back there and go through the pens and analyze them there and see which one's going to work for their program.
Okay. I didn't know they were taking pictures. All right. Our next class is going to be your senior champion. Let's bring our first and second place winners from each of our yearling and fall classes back in, please. In the show for the senior champion, we have the first place yearling, lot number 1148, Land Run Shropshires. In second place was lot number 1061, City Limits. From the fall class, first place, a lot number 1108, Rudicel Club Lambs. In second place, we have lot number 1099, Step Ahead Shrops.
four really high quality Rams out here, and as we analyze them and watch them move around the ring, and I think all of these are certainly deserving of your senior and reserve senior champion. That being said, I'm not coming out here trying to reinvent the wheel. I'm going to establish a sale order that I think makes sense and pick the type of sheep that I prefer to raise. And out here we get one that comes at me pretty easy, and I find him. And for reserve, it does tighten up a little bit. I'm going to go out here and show you your champion reserves. Congratulations.
Our senior champion was your first place yearling, lot number 1148, Land Run Shropshire. Your reserve senior champion is going to be from the fall class, lot number 1108, Rudicell Club Lambs. We're now ready to move into your January Ram Lambs. Here are the results from the fall Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 1108, Rudicell Club Lambs. Second was lot number 1099, Step Ahead Shropshire. Third place, lot number 1083, VIP. In fourth was lot number 1166, Pointer Stock Farm. Fifth place, lot number 1167, Pointer Stock Farm. And sixth place was lot number 1125, Loft from Bose Livestock.
another nice class of ram lambs. We get out here, and the one that comes to the top for me, he's certainly the most complete. One that moves really easy around the ring. One that, when you analyze him in terms of skeletal build, he just kind of excels for me. I think he's really well balanced type of sheep. He's tall shoulders. He's extended. He carries enough muscle down his top, and when you view him from behind, he's deep in his twist. One that maybe if we were to change him, we'd give him a shot more compared to some of them. But I think he's still a little more immature than some of them we see out here. I think that's an awful nice place to start. We come to the ram here in second. Really like the feature about this sheep. One that, again, is a tall shoulder type of sheep, and he's really big in terms of his top shape. We come back, and when we get in to view him from behind, he shows us enough shape. Maybe just not quite built as well through the front third of his skeleton as the class winner. We come to the ram here in three, and this was kind of my decision. I love when they get this one propped up off the side. He's shallow-chested. He's tall-fronted, extended. One that's really sleek in terms of his look and design. He's got a great handle about him as well. When we set him into motion, maybe I'd like to change him off those rear two compared to those. But if you're looking for one to make him look better or make him look cooler off the side and give him a shot more natural power, he's certainly the buck I'd take a look at out here. We come to the ram here in fourth. Really nice kind of a ram in terms of his basic build and design. One that just starts running out of the natural muscle we see at the top end. And around in our class, an extremely long-sided type of a sheep. One that just doesn't have the natural width and dimension we're seeing. I think there's a buck out here for every program. Come take a look and dig through them.
All right, our next class will be your February Ram Lambs. Go ahead and bring them up to the arena. Here are the results from the January class. First place, lot number 1119, Fritz Farm. Second place, lot number 1062, City Limits. Third place, lot number 1486, VIP. Fourth is lot number 1129, ES Shrops. Fifth place, lot number 1149, Substitute, Land Run Shrops. In sixth, lot number 1113, Street Shrops. In seventh, lot number 1143, Par Family Shropshires. In eighth place, lot number 1116, Greenbrier Acres. Ninth place, lot number 1144, Par Family Shrops.
another nice class of buck lambs. And we get out here and certainly a little younger and more immature than we saw in the last class. With that being said, the design on the one we're going to start with, I think, is just stellar. He is extended. He's long-sided. One that shows me some muscle shape, really big in his upper pin. I really appreciate him there. One that just balances up tremendously well from the side. We come to a ram here in second. Certainly the powerful type of a sheep out here. Really like him about his rack. He's big and square. Comes back to a big enough hip. Just doesn't have quite the look and design we're finding in the class winner. Come to a ram here in three. Certainly an extended type of a sheep. I appreciate him for that. When you put your hands on him, I think he carries adequate thickness. Maybe doesn't have the overwhelming power we're seeing in the one directly ahead. Come to the ram here in four. Certainly an opened up stout type of a sheep. One that loses out just a little bit in terms of skeletal quality up through the front end compared to the three directly ahead. A good class of rams though. Congratulations.
In the show for the junior champion from the January Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 1119, Fritz Farm. Second was lot number 1062, City Limits. From the February class, lot number 1150, Substitute, Land Run Shropshire. Second place was lot number 1092, Substitute, High Life Farms. Here are the results from the February Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 1150, Substitute, Land Run Shropshire. Second place, lot number 1092, Substitute, High Life Farm. Third place was lot number 1134, Substitute, Adams Shropshire. Fourth place was Par Shropshires.
As we get out here, four really nice rams and look forward to getting into the ewes. But I think as we're talking male sheep, there's certainly bucks that can go home and do a lot of good for programs. That being said, there's a couple out here that just kind of excel in terms of what I'm looking for. I'll go ahead and show you the two that I like.
In the show for your grand champion for your National Shropshire show here at the Ohio Showcase Sale, we have our senior champion, which is the first place yearling, lot number 1148, Land Run Shrops. The reserve senior champion was the Fall Ram Lamb, lot number 1108, Rudicell Club Lambs. Your junior champion came from the February class, lot number 1150, Substitute Land Run Shrops. Your reserve junior champion was the January Lamb, lot number 1119, Fritz Farm.
Well, certainly congratulations all the Shropshire breeders. A really nice set of rams that we brought out. And again, I encourage the people around the ringside watching, go back to the pens and visit with them and see which one's going to work for your program. We've seen many different types and kinds out here, and I'm okay with that. I think there's 4 really nice individuals, and they are a little different in their types and kinds and shapes and maturity patterns, but I found a couple that I think just suit me better. I'll go out here and select your champion reserves.
The grand champion was your senior champion, lot number 1148, Land Run Shrops. The reserve grand champion was your junior champion, lot number 1150, Substitute Land Run Shrops.
I'd like to take this moment to introduce Michaela Haudenshield. She is 10 years old, in 5th grade. She was our starter flock winner this year, and also, starter flock winner last year, and she is our current 2024 Bo Peep. She's from Kenton, Ohio. Congratulations, Michaela, and I hope you have a great year.
Boy, a really fun class to sort through. And again, we got some differences in types and kinds. And again, I'm okay with that. I think we start with a really structurally sound female, one that when you get off the side, she gives off a beautiful look. I love the added elevation and extension this one brings to me. She is round-bodied, big in terms of rib. She is big backed. One that comes back and she shows me plenty of shape from behind, yet still looks like a female when we get off the side. I think that's an awful nice one. We've got one of the greener ewes we had out here in this whole class here in second. And boy, I think she's just got a bright future ahead. She's still got a full lamb's mouth. I checked it twice. One that just shows me a ton of potential down the road. She is probably the best rack sheep out here. One that's really good and square in terms of rack shape. She comes back. She's got a wide enough loin and hip. Really balances up well from the side and still shows me some extension. I think that's a nice ewe there too. We come to the ewe here in 3, and this was definitely the different one. This is by far the heaviest muscled ewe we have out here. I love her top shape. I love how much shape she shows me from behind. She's got the added feature and look as well. I don't think she maintains herself through the front third of her skeleton quite like my 2 ewes ahead of her. I think if we were out here making a club lamb type deal, this is definitely the one that would go ahead and lead it off. Being a Shrop class, this is the way I see him today. I think that's an awful good one. I definitely don't think she's going to get missed. We come to a large framed ewe here in 4, one that's been wanting to fight this whole time, one that's maybe a notch more bare-legged, but I think she's really structurally sound. She's long down her spine. She's got some added extension. Rounding out the class, a super long-bodied type of a sheep, one that maybe just doesn't have quite the underline we're seeing in the ones directly ahead, but a really good group of sheep. Congratulations.
And they're 16, not 17.
We're now ready for the Shropshire Yearling Ewes even division. Even numbered division, Shropshire Ewes. Here are the results from the Yearling Ewe odd numbered division. First place, lot number 1151, Land Run Shrops. Second place, lot number 1077, Merzinski Farms. Third place was lot number 1157, Rudabaugh Family Shrops. Fourth place, lot number 1063, City Limits. Fifth place, lot number 1169, Pointer Stock Farm. Sixth place, lot number 1159, Heggs Crazy H Club Lambs. Seventh place, lot number 1093, High Life Farm. Eighth place, lot number 1137, County Cross Country Shropshires. Ninth place, lot number 1183, Major Show Lambs. Nick Forrest, if you're still in the barn, please come to the announcer stand. Nick Forrest to the announcer stand if you're still in the barn. 10th place, lot number 1179, Knob Hill Shrops. 11th, lot number 1087, SS Shrops. And in 12th place, lot number 1491, Parr Family Shrops. Once again, want to remind you the Ohio Suffolk Sheep Association is having their silent auction back by the Suffolk pens. If you're just arriving, you might want to stop back there. You can bid on the product today. Bidding ends tomorrow at noon. One of the items is a Great Pyrenees male pup. So if you're interested in Pyrenees dogs, this is a good group of people. Corbett and Leedy are the farm that donated the pup. And we've used Pyrenees for quite a while, and boy, they're a good dog. So if you need something to guard sheep, this might be a possibility for you.
a really nice class to use out here, and it takes me a little longer to sort through. And again, the lineup out here, we've got some different sizes and maturity patterns. There's one that comes out here. Boy, she just strikes a pose off the side. She is extended. She's tall shoulder type of a sheep. But you put your hands on her, she is extremely big down her top. She comes back to one of the wider hips. She's got plenty of shape when you view her from behind. I love the balance off the side. I think just a really ideal place for me to start in this particular class. Then we come to the young men's U here in second, and definitely a different type. One that's a little more moderate, if you will. But boy, you put your hands on her. She's big top, big hip. Really strikes a pretty picture off the side. She's got some added extension, some added footwork. Maybe she's not quite as long, but we don't expect that when we're coming with a little more power. This is the way I see him today. I think there's a really ideal head on top of this one as well. We come to the U here in three, extremely opened up, really big bodied type of a sheep. She is big backed, and I really appreciate her for that. Maybe loses out on some of the feature compared to the females ahead. Doesn't have quite the added extension, but boy, that is an awful neat female when you get over top of her. You come to the next U out here, and again, one that really strikes a pose off the side. She's extended, she's balanced. I love her in her chest floor compared to her rear flank. She's got a great handle to her, a really big upper hip, and I appreciate her for those things. Maybe doesn't have quite the mass we're seeing at the top end. We round out the class with one that's just a really pretty picture. She is good about her breed type. I love her wool cover. She's good in her body cavity as well. She's opened up. She's got a big enough back. She does shorten up compared to some of the others. Maybe doesn't have quite the power, but that is an awful neat female to come in fifth. Really good class. Congratulations.
The next class will be your Fall Ewe Lambs, one class, Fall Ewe Lambs. Let's bring them on up to the ring, please. Here are the results from the Yearling Ewe even numbered division. First place, lot number 1120, Fritz Farms. In second place, lot number 1156, Rodebaugh Family Shrops rather. In third place, lot number 1164, Kenyon Buckland. Fourth place, lot number 1084, VIP. Fifth place, lot number 1070, Fleener Livestock. Sixth place, lot number 1152, Land Run Shrops. Seventh was lot number 1100. That would be Step Ahead Shrops. Eighth place, lot number 1168, Pointer Stock Farm. Ninth, lot number 1094, High Life Farm. 10th place was lot number 1114, Street Shropshires. 11th, lot number 1080, Sand Meadow Farm. 12th place, lot number 1076, Substitute, Brzezinski Farms. In 13th, lot number 1136, Cross Country Shropshires. 14th, lot number 1484, Major Show Lambs. 15th, lot number 1128, Old Glory Farms. And 16th, lot number 1126, La Framboise Livestock.
I would like to introduce to you your 2024 Princess Landria Street. She is age 11 in the 5th grade, and she's from Alexandria, Indiana.
Ethan Kennedy. Ethan Kennedy, please come to the announcer stand. Ethan Kennedy. Ethan Kennedy, please go to the clerk's area over behind the bleachers in the show barn here. Ethan Kennedy. If anybody knows Ethan Kennedy, I'd suggest you tell him to go on over to the clerk's table here in the barn. Ethan Kennedy, we need to get in touch with you. The Shropshire dinner this evening is going to begin at 6 o'clock in the Horseshoe Building. The event is sold out. There will be no sales at the door for those who do not have reservations. So your Shropshire dinner is going to begin tonight at 6 o'clock.
Another really nice class. We're getting here to the fall ewe lambs, and we're starting with one that, again, just a really sound type of sheep. One that comes with some extension, some look and design off the side. One that's really true down her top. She's wide from the rack all the way back into that hip. One that balances up really well. Just a really nice kind of a female to start this particular class. We come to pounds heavy ewe here in second. One that I love, again, in terms of her underline and her chest floor and that rear flank. She is soft back there. One you put your hands on her. Big, big top in this sheep. One that's maybe not quite as correct on the go compared to the class winner, carrying maybe a notch more condition, but I think that is an ultra good one when you get over top of her and put your hands on her. We come to a larger outline ewe here in 3, and I appreciate her for that. One that, again, has a big top, big rib, and a lot of shape when you get in view or from behind. Doesn't have quite the added bone work as some of them, standing directly ahead, and when we set her into motion, maybe doesn't move quite as nice as the one that's going to start the class. We come to the ewe here in 4, and one that I find really ideal when I get off the side. This one balances up tremendously well. Young lady does a nice job, gives it a good look, really good about its rack, comes back to a wide hip. One that's maybe a notch more moderate compared to some of these out here, and that kind of made it a little more difficult. She lands in a 4-hole today. I think that's an awful neat one. Rounding out your lineup, a really nice built type of a female, one with some added rib cage, some added expansion as well, one that's missing out on some of the shape when we view her in from behind compared to the contemporaries at the top end. Congratulations, a nice class.
All right, our next show will be for your senior champion. Let's bring our first and second place individuals back into the ring, please, from both our yearling ewe classes and our fall ewe lamb class. Here are the results from the fall ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 1071, Fleener Livestock. Second, lot number 1085, VIP. Third place, lot number 1122, Fritz Farm. Fourth place, lot number 1110, Rudicell Club Lambs. Fifth place, lot number 1102, Step Ahead Shrops. Sixth was lot number 1075, Substitute, Brzezinski Farms. Seventh, lot number 1109, Rudicell Club Lambs. Eighth place was lot number 1095, High Life Farms. Ninth place was lot number 1160, Heggs Crazy H Farm. 10th place, lot number 1078, Brzezinski Farm. 11th, lot number 1170, Pointer Stock Farm. 12th was 1171, Pointer Stock Farm. 13th, 1140, McKinstry Shropshires. 14th was lot number 1180, Knob Hill Shrops. 15th, lot number 1127, La Framboise Farms Livestock. And in 16th, lot number 1181, Knob Hill Shrops. In our show for your senior champion, from our odd-numbered yearling U class, first place, lot number 1151, Land Run Shrops. Second in class was lot number 1077, Brzezinski Farms. From our even-numbered yearling U class, first place, lot number 1120, Fritz Farm. Second place, lot number 1156, Rodabaugh Family Shrops. From the Fall Ewe class, first place, lot number 1071, Fleener Livestock. Second was lot number 1085, VIP.
Well, congratulations, the exhibitors. Certainly an exciting set of senior females all the way through. There's some big numbers, and there's a lot of really good females back at the pens. I'd certainly go and pay attention to. There's something for everybody through this show, and as we've talked, not all of them are cookie cutter by any means. Just a lot of good females back at those pens, so I dig through them. We get out here, and I found 6 that kind of make me comfortable, I guess is the word I'd use to come out here in terms of what I'm looking for. And we get out here, and I certainly think you can go any way and try to justify it the way you want. I've got my mind made up. I'm going to go select your champion reserve senior females.
The senior champion is our yearling ewe, lot 1120, Fritz Farm. Your reserve senior champion is lot number 1151, Land Run Shrops. We're now ready to move into the January ewe lambs, early January ewe lambs. They should be stating that on your card. Early January ewe lambs will be your next class.
Another nice class to sort through. And the ewe lamb we're starting with, extremely good on the top side of her skeleton. You get above her, just a super rackiness female. She comes back to a wide loin and hip, balances up tremendously well from the side. She's got that extra look and design through the front third that really draws me towards her, and that's what runs her up here into this first hole. Just standing naturally, that's a beautiful female. We come to the ewes here in 2 and 3, and it's a little give and take. I think both these are really high quality, and you can kind of intermix these if you'd want to. Today we're starting with the one that has just a notch more in terms of her rib shape. I forecast her going on. She's going to be a notch wider. I think just a really nice ewe here in 2. Ewe in 3 is probably going to be a larger frame to those two, and she's going to be a notch longer sided. She might have the overall brighter future. I'm not quite sure. Today we're going to go with the 1 and 2 in terms of a rib shape. Come to the ewe here in 4 again, striking off the side. Extra extension, extra look and design. One that when we get over top of her just doesn't have that added thickness and dimension that we're seeing in the one standing directly ahead. We've got the more immature lamb standing here in 5, one that I really like the basic build and design. She's got some extension. She's got some look and pattern. We just don't have as much of her. I think that'll be a fun project for somebody going down the road.
Our next class will be your late January ewe lambs. Late January ewe lambs. Late January ewe lambs will be your next class. Here are the results from the early January ewe lamb class. First place was lot number 1086 VIP. In second place, lot number 1153 Substitute Land Run Shropshire. Third place was lot number 1121 Fritz Farm. Fourth place, lot number 1065 City Limits. Fifth place, lot number 1072 Fleener Livestock. Sixth, lot number 1138, Cross Country Shropshires. Seventh, lot number 1154, Land Run Shrops. In eighth place, lot number 1117, Greenbrier Acres. Ninth was lot number 1175, Second Star Southdowns. In 10th place, lot number 1064, City Limits. 11th, lot number 1096, High Life Farm. 12th place, lot number 1465, Sand Meadow Farm. In 13th, lot number 1081, Sand Meadow Farm. In 14th, lot number 1135, Adams Shropshires. The 15th is lot number 1146, Parr Family Farms, Parr Family Shrops.
Nice class of ewe lambs. We've got a rather logical sort in this particular class. The one we're going to start with, just super complete type of a female. I like the extension. I like the balance. She's got some feature. Just a really nice sheep to lead off with. We come to a ewe here in second. Again, really elevated type of a sheep, one with some extension. She's got some added rib shape as well. One that maybe gives up just a notch in terms of overall smoothness we're seeing in the class winner. Ewe lamb that comes in 3, super long-sided, attractive female. From there, I'd like to soften her in terms of her underline to be able to run with the 2 ewes we're starting with. We come to a more moderate type of a sheep here in 4, one that I love to handle. You get over top of this ewe lamb, big rack, big loin, big hip, one that you really appreciate for those attributes. Today, she's just a notch more moderate than what we're seeing. I think that's an awful nice one. Rounding out the class, young man brings us a really dimensional type of a female. I like the rib shape to that female, really big in terms of her top. One that's just naturally, not as naturally designed as the one standing directly ahead. Really good class. Congratulations.
Our next class is going to be your early February ewe lambs. Early February ewe lambs. Let's bring them up to the arena, please. Here are the results from the late January ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 1184, substitute R&A Shrops. Second place, lot number 1155, Land Run Shrops. Third place, lot number 1066, City Limits. Fourth was lot number 1174, Second Star Southdowns. In fifth was lot number 1172, Pointer Stock Farm. Sixth was lot number 1118, Greenbrier Acres. Seventh was lot number 1097, Substitute High Life Farm.
Nice class of ewe lambs, and we've got a pair that you find pretty quick when you go down through and handle these. The one we're going to start with, extremely good looking off the side. I love the added extension. When it's tall shouldered, she balances up tremendously well. You put your hands on her, and boy, she just really wedges as she comes back. She's got the larger upper hip, plenty of shape from behind. That's an awful nice one to start with. We come to a ewe that really follows her here in second in terms of that muscle shape. She's good rack, comes back to a big loin. Maybe we lose out a little bit in terms of that upper hip compared to that contemporary, but I think those are two nice ewes. We come to another ewe here in three, long-sided sheep, one again with some added extension, one that loses out a little bit in terms of the muscularity compared to the counterports directly ahead. When we come to the ewe here in fourth, this is one that, boy, if you're not scared to buy a green one and take her home and feed her, I think she's got a bright future ahead. This one is built extremely cool. I love her proportions. I love her angles. Tall-shouldered, one that, again, wedges as we come back. There's just not as much to her today to try to justify moving her up. I certainly pay attention to that one come tomorrow. We round out the top five. Again, a really ideal in terms of her build, one that's real round-bodied, one that just loses out a little bit when we get in view it from behind compared to the others in the top of the class. Good class of sheep. Congratulations.
All right, our next class will be your late February ewe lambs. Let's bring them on up to the arena, please. Here are the results from the early February class. First place, lot number 1074, Fleener Livestock. Second, lot number 1185, Substitute, R&A Shropshire. In third place, lot number 1067, City Limits. Fourth is lot number 1130, ES Shropshires. Fifth place, lot number 1082, Sand Meadow Farms. In sixth place, lot number 1165, Kenyon Buckland. In seventh place, lot number 1487, VIP. Eighth place, lot number 1490, Merzinski Farms. In ninth place, lot number 1088, SS Shrops. In 10th place, lot number 1161, Hagg's Crazy H Club Lambs. In 11th, lot number 1176, Second Star Southdowns. In 12th place, lot number 1111, Substitute, Rudisell Club Lambs. 13th, lot number 1177, BWB Farms. 14th was lot number 1079, Merzinski Farms. 15th was lot number 1147, Parr Family Shrops.
Good group of lambs out here, a little more on the immature side as they should be. in terms of late February's. We got one we're starting with. Shows me some extension. She really shows me a lot of muscle expression coming back. I think that's going to be an awful nice one to lead off with. We come to a really stylish ewe here in second, one you appreciate in terms of the added elevation, added extension, one that maybe doesn't have quite the muscle shape we're seeing in the class winner. We come to a ewe here in three, again, really green type of a sheep, one extremely long that you really appreciate her for that, one that just doesn't have quite the muscle, doesn't have quite the base width we're seeing at top end. We come to the rawest lamb out here in four, and no doubt she is by far the greenest. You can see her ribs as she moves about the ring, but that one has a gigantic hip in her, one that's big-legged, really, really big hip in that sheep. That's a nice one. And then we round out the class, another really extended type of a sheep, one that balances up well enough, one that just doesn't have the added bells and whistles we're seeing at the top end. Nice class of sheep. Congratulations.
Our next show will be for your junior champion. Here are the results from the late February ULAM class. First place, lot number 1098, Substitute High Life Farm. Second, lot number 1483, City Limits. Third place, lot number 1131, ES Shropshires. In fourth place, lot number 1488, VIP. Fifth place, lot number 1178, Substitute BWB Farms. In the show for the junior champion of our Shropshire females, we have from the early January ULAM class, lot number 1086, VIP. Second in that class was lot number 1153, Substitute Land and Shrops. From the late January class, first place, lot number 1184, Substitute R&A Shropshires. Second in that class was lot number 1155, Land Run Shrops, rather. In the early February class, first place was lot number 1074, Fleener Livestock. Second in that class was 1185, Substitute R&A Shrops. And in the late February class, first place was lot number 1098, Substitute High Life Farm. Second was lot number 1483, City Limit Shrops.
Well, it's been an honor and a pleasure to come out here and sort through the Shropshires today. I think just a really good set of sheep all the way down, and plenty of numbers in these females, and just a lot of quality all the way through. And we get out here, I'm extremely pleased with all 8 of these. They look like Shrops, and they're built right from the ground up, and some of them carry a little more muscle, some of them are a little larger, and again, there's room for all types. I think whatever really works in your breeding program. That being said, I think you can go anyway and try to justify it. I kind of got my mind made up, but there's one that I'm just naturally drawn towards, and a couple others that gets a notch closer for me. I'll go out here and select your junior and reserve junior champions. Congratulations.
The junior champion came from the early February ewe class, lot number 1074 Fleener Livestock. Your reserve junior champion came from the late January ewe class, lot number 1184 Substitute R&A Shrops. We're now ready to go in to show for your grand champion at your National Shropshire Show here today at the Ohio Showcase Sale. Bring our senior champions back into the ring, please. In the show for our grand champion Shropshire female, we have the senior champion from the yearling ewe class, 1120 Fritz Farm. Your reserve senior champion was from the other yearling ewe class, lot number 1151 Land Run Shrops. Your junior champion from the early February class was lot number 1074 Fleener Livestock. Your reserve junior champion from the late January class was lot number 1184 Substitute R&A Shrops.
As we get all 4 females back out here, I'm not going to take a lot of time. Again, I appreciate the offer to come out here and sort through these. Just a great set of sheep. Buyers, dig in, go back to the pens and do your homework. I think there's a great set of sheep. Today, we're not going to let them yearling ewes stand. I think that both those are very, very good females. Congratulations, they're going to be your champion reserve.
The grand champion was from your yearling class, lot number 1120, the senior champion, Fritz Farm. The reserve senior champion, also a yearling, was lot number 1151, is your reserve grand champion. This concludes our Shropshire show for this year. We'd like to thank all of the consigners for coming to the Ohio Showcase Sale. I'd like to thank our judge, Alex Wolf, for being with us today to make the placings. We have a silver Volkswagen Jetta down at the end of the barn, VMED 77. It needs to be moved, please. VMED 77, a silver Volkswagen Jetta. All right, for some of our Hampshire consigners, you've been asking questions, when are we doing fitted and slick shorn? We're going to start. The first class will be your fitted animal. The second class will be your slick shorn animal. So if we have a fitted yearling ram, the next class will be your slick shorn yearling ram. We're just about ready to begin with the Hampshires. You can be getting your yearling rams ready to come to the show arena. All right, we're now ready to start into our Hampshire breed today for our yearling rams fitted class. This is the yearling rams fitted class.
Had to figure out the microphone here. Good afternoon, everybody. Sure excited to be here and sort through a really high-quality set of livestock. I think a great way to start here is we get moving through the Hampshires, start on the fitted side, and I think really a good pair up top here. In my opinion, the sheep that leads off does so in motion. On the standstill, I think he's very striking. He's certainly one that you like in terms of his body shape. I think that's an advantage, his upper body shape within that top pair. But as we set the sheep in motion, he's just more comfortable, remains just more attractive and natural as we get out in motion. Now, the big-footed, heavy-structured, heavy-duty buck is the one that comes in second. And for sure, in terms of just size, he is taller-shouldered. He's longer and bigger-scaled, absolutely. Like that about that buck. And I like his foot size, foot shape, and then stoutness of structure. Just as we get these sheep in motion, he doesn't remain quite as comfortable as the one that leads off, in my opinion. Really nice sheep that we're going to round the set out with. Again, a big, upstanding buck that you really like in terms of his size and scale. He's just a little tentative in his movement as we get him out here as well. Just need to see him catch another gear as we get out in motion. Congratulations to these consigners.
Back in the barn, Hampshire consigners, please make sure you bring your cards with you to the show ring. We need you to bring your cards to the show ring so that we can record placings. Here are the results from the fitted yearling ram class. First place, lot number 1194, Marshall Sheep Company. Second in class, lot number 1196, Scheffelbein Hampshires. And in third place, lot number 1234, Walnut Grove Farm. Please bring your cards to the ring. Our next class will be your yearling ram shorn class. Yearling ram shorn. For those of you watching our show this afternoon, I'd like to welcome you to our Ohio Showcase Hampshire show. This is a regional show for them. Our judge for this year's show, Randall Von Krosik from up in South Dakota. Randall was here judging a number of our breeds yesterday. He'll be doing the final three breeds here in this ring, the Hampshires, the Suffolks, and the Oxfords. We're pleased to have Randall with us here this afternoon.
as we move into the slicks. I think a fairly logical place to start, in my opinion. Really a nice sheep, and certainly one, again, if you have listened to me judge before, or if you listened yesterday, I like to start at the ground and work up, and I think that's where that particular sheep excels. He's good in his foot shape, he's good in his column of bone and his shape of bone, and then from there up, that allows him to open up in terms of just being good built, open up at the top side of his rib, and certainly a good handling sheep, tight-hided sheep there to lead off. Like the basic build of the sheep in second. That's just a big-bodied and muscular sheep. Like that about him. Comes with just a little bit more hide than the one that we lead off with. And then a sheep that we sit in third that is better hided than the one directly in front of him. He's just a little harder handling as well, but unfortunately, as we set these sheep in motion, that's the one that's just the most tentative of these top three, but a good set. Congratulations to these consigners.
Our next class are going to be your fitted fall ram lambs. Fitted fall ram lambs. Here are the results from the Slick Shorn yearling ram class. First place, lot number 1207, Hogger Hampson Downs. In second place, lot number 1231, Substitute Par Hampshires. And in third place, lot number 1229, Par Hampshires. Let's bring your fitted fall ram lambs into the ring, please.
Really a nice sheep to lead off here. A young man brings us one that I think props up exceptionally well from the side. If you're ringside or at home watching, I think that's a sheep that brings just a ton of quality of look and balance as he sets up. He's not the most powerful sheep in the world, but ultimately he's still pretty youthful in terms of how he reads, and I think that bulk and mass probably comes long-term there. Nice sheep to lead off. The decision's really between 2 and 3, and I think particularly on the standstill and from the side, that's where you decide to go 2 over 3. I think he's a shorter bladed sheep that's bigger in terms of his center body, and as a result balances up just a little bit better. I do think that the one that comes in 3 probably has just a little bit more stoutness out of the top side of his hip. Unfortunately, as we study him out here, he's the one that maybe just doesn't balance up quite as correctly. Really nice set from those consigners. Congratulations to those 3.
Your next class will be your Slick Shore and Fall Ram Lambs. Let's go ahead and bring them up to the arena, please. Here are the results from the fitted Fall Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 1245, Gilmore Davison, Hampshires. Second place, lot number 1251, Nelson Hamps. And in third place, lot number 1250 substitute, Nelson Hamps. Down at the end of the barn, we have a white box truck, Ohio license PJV 5206. You're blocking the road. We need to have that truck moved so we can get trailers through.
Couple of nice bucks here in the Slick Falls, and I think a pair that brings some differences to the table, obviously, from the outside, and particularly as we get off to the side of them. The sheep that we lead off with, just better in terms of his basic build. He's better in terms of the length of his shoulder and his breastplate up front. And as we set him in motion, I like him a little bit better in terms of his hind leg comfortability and posture. Now, if you favor stoutness and power, that's the one in second. From his foot all the way up, that guy's got more power. He's got a bigger column of bone and certainly more shape in terms of his body, which allows him to open up bigger up high. Unfortunately, again, as we set him in motion, I don't know that he's just quite as accurate in terms of his step as we get him out in motion. Really nice set there, though. Congratulations to those consigners.
Our next class will be your January Ram Lambs fitted. January Ram Lambs fitted. Here are the results from the Slick Shore and Fall Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 1240, VIP. In second place was lot number 1478, Poe Hampshires.
Single entry out here in the Januaries. Nice sheep, and certainly one that you like the basic build in. Like the head on that sheep, and his front third design I think is very nice. Obviously one that as we project forward, I see that one continuing to be a large framed buck, but filling in terms of his center body. Nice sheep here. If you're ringside or certainly at home, I'd get a hold of these consigners and look in the back. Congratulations.
Our next class will be your January Ram Lamb Slick Shorn. Following that class, we will be selecting your champion Hampshire Ram. If you had a first or second place individual, please have them ready to come into the ring. Our next class, January Ram Lamb Slick Shorn. Here's the results from the fitted January Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 1213, Alf Hampshires.
Nice pair of buck lambs here. The one up front, in my opinion, is just more show ring ready at this point. Handles with more topside dimension. Certainly a broader chested one that's better in terms of his body shape at this stage of the game. Like him a good deal as you get your hands on him. That's certainly his biggest advantage within pair here. Big heavy-duty buck that comes in second, big-bodied, and certainly like the performance on that particular sheep for this age group. Maybe just doesn't come with quite the show ring extras as the one directly ahead of him, but I think certainly a useful type of sheep to be there in second. Congratulations.
Consigners, our next class is going to be your champion Hampshire Ram. Let's bring our first and second place winners back in, please. Here are the results from the January Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 1414, Epley Club Lambs. Second in that class, lot number 1492, Par Hampshires. Par Hampshires, we need your ticket from the last class, if you would please. In the show for your champion Hampshire Ram from the yearling fitted class. First place, lot number 1194, Marshall Sheep Company. Second in class was lot number 1196, Shufflebean Hampshires. From the yearling Ram Shorn class, first place, lot number 1207, Hogger Hamps and Downs. Second place was lot number 1231, Par Hampshires. from the fitted fall Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 1245, Gillespie Davison, Hampshires. Second class was lot number 1251, Nelson Hamps. From the Slickshore and fall Ram Lamb class, first place was lot number 1240, VIP. Second was lot number 1478, Poe, Hampshires. The January fitted class, first place, lot number 1213, Alf, Hampshires. And from the January Slickshore class, first place, lot number 1414, Epperly Club Lambs. And second was lot number 1492, Parr, Hampshires.
Well, a nice set of Hamp Rams as we come back out here. Obviously, a lot of variation in terms of what's brought to the table. Show that's not overly big in terms of quantity, but I think very high quality. With that said, I think the quality comes in different kinds of packages, and so obviously you've got to weigh that and kind of fit where they, lie or land within their respective shows of fitted and slicked. Got a really nice set. I went through and talked about them, so I don't need to waste any more time here, but I'm just along for the ride, kind of setting the sale order, giving you my opinion. But if you are ringside, I do think that there are some genetic pieces within this ring, whether you're a slick breeder or whether you focus on wethers or whether you focus on frame sheep. I think there's some sheep in this particular lineup that can dang sure take that next generation in the right direction. So I'll set the mic down. I'll get you a champion in reserve. Congratulations.
The champion was on the Slickshorn Yearling, lot number 1207, Hogger, Hampson Downs. The reserve champion was your fitted fall Ram Lamb, lot number 1245, Gilmore Davison Hamps. I've got a car that needs to be moved. It's blocking a trailer. It looks like Ohio tags. It's a Ford Explorer GWU9161. We need to get that car moved immediately. Ford Explorer GWU9161. Our next class will be your yearling ewes fitted. Let's bring them on up to the ring, please. Yearling ewes fitted. Fitted yearling ewes. Let's bring them up to the ring. Fitted yearling ewes. We still think we need one more.
really a fun class to discuss. And again, if you're a fitted Hampshire person, I think there's plenty of sheep that we sent out of the ring that certainly have value and certainly can make genetic progress in particular areas. There's bigger sheep that we sent out the ring than what we have out here. There's maybe stouter sheep that we sent out the ring than what we have out here. And so if you're looking for some of those pieces, make sure you go grab those. I like the sheep that leads off, and really from this angle right here, this 3/4 angle is her advantage over 2. As we set the sheep in motion, the one in seconds maybe just a little bit more flexible out of her top line and out of her hip, but I think on the standstill in particular, the sheep that we lead off with is broader, she's wider chested, she's bigger backed and bigger from behind, and yet with that still props up with such a good look from the side. Now, I'm all about this kind of sheep that comes in second. If you've seen me judge before, I like the ones that are basic in terms of their build, and I think she's certainly that in the most positive sense of the word. Very good in terms of just her body shape, her feet and legs. She's the soundest sheep in class, in my opinion. As you get on top of her and get directly in behind her and watch that sheep track away, she just doesn't come with quite the same oomph or power as that sheep that leads off. Kind of the same story as we get into 3. Picturesque sheep from the profile. Certainly one you like parked and certainly props up well. Where she's at a bit of a disadvantage from 2 and 1 is just in terms of condition. She pushes a little bit more for this guy. As a result, she comes off with just a little bit staler look, if you will. But boy, that's sure a nice sheep that's big-bodied and can handle herself as we get out in motion. In 4, we've got a sheep that's upstanding and extremely good in her look. Again, one that as we get out in motion, partly because she fights the halter a little bit or fights the lead a little bit, but just a little bit more uncomfortable as we get out and go. Kind of the same story in 5 down there. That's the big, extended, really high-performing sheep. Unfortunately, as we get them in motion, she's just a little tight in her top line, wants to get just a little bit longer in terms of her rear pastern as well. Very, very good set. That's how I see them. If you are in search of fitted Hampshire ewes, I think there's a lot of quality here. Make sure you reach out to these consigners in the back. Congratulations.
Our next class will be your yearling ewe slick shorn. Yearling ewe slick shorn. Here are the results from the fitted yearling ewe class. First place, lot number 1236, Hortling sheep. In second place, lot number 1215, Alf Hampshires. Third place, lot number 1244, Substitute, Gilmore Davison Hamps. In fourth place, lot number 1218, Mum Hampshires. Fifth place, lot number 1192. Looks like Birchbach Hampshires. In sixth, lot number 1219, Substitute Mum Hampshires. Seventh was lot number 1201, Highland Hamps. In eighth place, lot number 1253, Nelson Hamps. Ninth place was lot number 1216, Alf Hampshires. 10th place, lot number 1193, Birchbach Hamps. 11th place, lot number 1254, Nelson Hamps. 12th place, lot number 1220, Bayless Stock Farm. And in 13th, lot number 1252, Nelson Hamps. We're now ready for the slick shorn yearling ewes.
Well, a good class here as we work through these, and again, kind of buy them how you see fit or where they fit in your program. This is just this hillbilly from South Dakota's opinion on these particular sheep, but I think a good set. And we sent some sheep out that have more rib and body than maybe some of these, that have more rawness maybe than some of these, and so I think there's some things that fit. The one that we lead off with, in my opinion, she does, first and foremost, I'll be the first to admit, she shows the effects of age just a little bit in terms of her breast and her neck shape up front, but she's actually fairly lean as we get in and start to handle that particular sheep. And where she has her biggest advantage over 2, 3, and 4 is as we set them in motion, she's naturally more up-fronted, she's naturally more comfortable in terms of her head and neck carriage, and then past that, her boldness of body, her stoutness out of her hip is exceptionally good. Like that sheep a good deal. When the sheep in second originally came in, I thought that's the place we were going. That's a big racked, big loin sheep that's very good in terms of her hip and hind leg design. You can see it here that sheep wants to just elevate a little bit in terms of her blade angle, and as a result, she's just a little bit more uncomfortable in terms of where she sets her neck out of her shoulder, in this guy's opinion. Kind of the same thing as we go into 3 and 4. I like the stoutness and power, and particularly on the standstill, the look of the one that comes in 3. Again, we set the sheep in motion. To me, up front, she's just not as comfortable as maybe some of the ones up ahead of her. Same story as the one that comes in 4, big-bodied, muscular. I like that sheep a good deal on the standstill. Needs to be just a little bit more correct in terms of her front third assembly, in my opinion. Kind of the same story as the sheep that we round out the set with. Just not as comfortable as we set them in motion. Congratulations, really nice set. Again, find these consigners in the back. I think they brought you some quality today.
All right, our next class will be your Fall Ewe Lambs Fitted. Fall Ewe Lambs Fitted. Here are the results from the Slick Shorn Yearling Ewe class. First place, lot number 1209, Hugger Hampson Downs. Second place, lot number 1204, Dan Westlake Hampshires. In third place, lot number 1471, Dan Westlake Hampshires. Fourth place, lot number 1203, Dan Westlake Hampshires. Fifth place, lot number 1241, VIP. Sixth was lot number 1480, Carson Club Lambs. Seventh, lot number 1226, Howell Club Lambs. Eighth place, lot number 1225, Howell Club Lambs. And ninth place was lot number 1230, Substitute, Parr Hampshires.
Really nice set of ewes here, and I think particularly up here on the top end, some value as you start to progress these things forward from a maternal genetic component standpoint. Really a sheep that props up exceptionally well is the one that leads off. I like her a good deal on the standstill, and then as we get her in motion, I think she complements that as she gets out and goes. Now the one that comes in second, I love that kind of sheep, and certainly one that's exceptionally comfortable as we get out and go. Unfortunately, I don't know that she comes with just quite the extras, particularly in terms of the thinness of neck and just the extension ahead of her shoulder is the one ahead of her. We get into 3 and 4, and 3's a nice sheep, certainly good-bodied and one that you like from that standpoint. She comes with more foot and bone size than the one that comes in 4, just a little bit stouter sheep in general. The one in 4's taller fronted, more extended, just gets a little bit more fragile as we analyze her out here. Really nice class. Congratulations. Check out these consigners in the back.
Our next class is going to be your Fall Ewe Lamb Slick Shorn. Here are the results from the Fall Ewe Lambs of the fitted class. First place, lot number 1195, Marshall Sheep Company. Second, lot number 1202, Highland Hampshires. Third place, lot number 1256, Nelson Hamps. And fourth place, lot number 1255, Nelson Hamps. Jackie Irwin, if you're still in the barn, please come to the announcer stand. Jackie Irwin.
I think that some discussion can be had up top if you'd like between these two. Two nice sheep. They're good in different areas. I think obviously from the outside and in motion, the one that just maintains her top line and her hip and hind leg posture more attractively is the one that we lead off with. I like that sheep's touch and tone and handle as you work down her top line, and then she sets up very good in terms of her front third design. Now, she's not one that's going to overwhelm you in terms of just her underpinning or stoutness of feature, but I think she's certainly adequate there, and that's where we lead off. The bigger footed, heavier structured one that comes with more boldness through her center body is the one that comes out in two. Like her a good deal from that aspect. Don't know that she kind of props up quite as attractive, particularly as we get out in motion. Maybe gets just a little bit more down off both ends of her skeleton and a little bit higher there in her loin. The one that comes out in three there, I think very good from the side. Not quite as stout or powerful as the ones that come ahead of her here. Really a bold-bodied sheep that comes out in four. Like her a great deal, and I think that one you can show on for a while. Unfortunately, out here again, she gets just a little round in her back, just not quite the same handling quality as we work further up in the class. Congratulations to these four.
Our next class will be your January fitted ewe lamb. January fitted ewe lambs. Here are the results from the Slick Shore and Fall ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 1242, VIP. In second place, we have lot number 1197, Fleener Livestock. Third place, lot number 1246, Scarlet Acres. And in fourth place, lot number 1248, Substitute, Cornerstone Livestock Company.
Really a high quality sheep, just a single entry here, but one that certainly could have stacked up with some more competition. Exceptionally good in terms of her front third design, very good in terms of just her skeleton, feet and leg design, hip and hind leg, and then ultimately one that I progress and get the crystal ball out, coming with more stoutness and maturity long term to ultimately complement that look that she does have from the side. I guess if you're a young person ringside looking for one to kind of show on for a while here, I think that's a very good option. Congratulations to that consigner.
Our next class will be your January ewe lamb Slick Shorn. January ewe lamb Slick Shorn, winner of the fitted January class, lot number 1217, Alf Hampshires.
Really a good class here. Young people on the outside of the ring. I think there's really a high quality set of sheep in here with a lot of different directions that you can take these things. Some of them are maybe a little bit more weathery. Some of them are just good ring sheep, big ring sheep. And so I think look in here, because as you work through this set, I think there's just a ton of quality. It gets close between the top three, but again, as we set them in motion, there's one of them that just remains more comfortable than the other two, and that's the young man's up front. If you're just going to size him out, she is the big one in this particular class, but that's not why she wins. She's got big legs. She's built correctly, and as we get them out in motion, she's the most comfortable in her shoulder angle. She's the most appropriate in terms of her hind leg design, and as a result, that one props up the best. Now, if you want the power sheep, that's the one that comes in two. That gal is as good in her forerib shape and upper rib cage as anything we've got in class. Big chested, very, very good in terms of rack and loin and out of her hip. Again, one that from a comparative sense for this guy anyways, I'd like to see her just get out of her front end a little bit more comfortably, set her neck on the top side of her shoulder. Really a pretty sheep that comes out in three. Love her from the side. She gets on top and from behind, just marginally a little bit plainer as we study her from just a dimension perspective, a little smaller in terms of her foot size down low. Go into four, and that's another one that's a neat built sheep, partially just fighting the show ring just a little bit, just needs to be a little bit more comfortable out here, but that's a muscular sheep that has great big feet and legs. Like that a great deal about her. The one that comes out in five there, extremely muscular, big backed, certainly like her body shape. Again, she just comes in a few more pieces for this guy up here, in my opinion. Really a youthful one that comes out in six down there, big legs again, just doesn't come with quite the show ring readiness or touch that some of these up ahead have. Congratulations to those consigners. Look them up in the back. A lot of quality in that class.
Our next class will be your show for champion Hampshire U. Here are the results from the Slickshore and January Ewe-Lamb class. First place, 1212, Capo Hamps. In second, lot number 1205, Dan Westlake Hamps. Third place, lot number 1198, Fleener Livestock. Fourth place, lot number 1206, Dan Westlake Hamps. Fifth place, lot number 1243, VIP. Sixth, lot number 1247, Scarlet Acres. We still need this Ford Explorer moved. License Ohio GWU 9161. We still need that moved. GWU 9161, a Ford Explorer.
Well, a fun set of sheep as we work through here, and certainly a lot of value out here in the ring. A show that was not necessarily big in numbers, but a lot of quality. I commend the consigners, and certainly if you're on the outside of the ring, young person looking for something to show this summer or through the next year, or if you're a producer looking to propel your flock forward, I think there's opportunity to do that, not only in the stuff that we have out here in front of us right now, but we send a lot of genetic pieces back to the pins in classes that I think, if mated correctly with complementarity, could really do some good things as well. Went through and talked to them again. In my opinion, the reason that these ones make the front line or make the second line here is, again, in terms of skeletal correctness, soundness of structure. I'm big at starting at the ground and working up and making good sheep from the ground up, and I think certainly a set that does that out here. I won't take any more time. I think a really nice set of sheep all the way through. Congratulations to the consigners. Look them up in the back. Really good set.
Hold the reserve champion U for just a moment after the pictures are taken, please. Hold the reserve champion U. The champion Hampshire U is from the yearling U slick shorn class, lot number 1209. Hogger, Hamps, and Downs. Your reserve champion came from the fitted yearling U class, lot number 1236, Hodling Sheep. This time, Dale Davis is making a presentation of an award. It's a rotating award, which is new in honor of the Deals. The Deals, as some of you know, Double D Hampshires. Denise was one of them, and then the mom and dad. And this plaque is presented in recognition of those folks. The Davises, the Nelshes, and the Larricks are the sponsor of that particular trophy. Okay, what are we having away at Suffolk? Yearling Rams? Yep. All right, we're now ready to move into our Suffolk show. Yearling Rams be your next class. Are they fitted or slip?
Fitted yearling ram.
Suffolk fitted yearling rams. Suffolk fitted yearling rams. Let's bring them on up to the ring, please.
Nice class to start on here. Certainly differences between these two fitted Suffolk Rams, but again, I think you get off to this angle right here, and that's where the sheep the young lady has up front excels in terms of the base of his shoulder, his breastplate, and his front end design. Particularly as we set these sheep in motion, he's just more comfortable. Now, with that said, we get into two, and that's the real rugged built sheep. That guy's just a little bit more manly all over, if you will. He's wider chested and bolder bodied and stouter, like all those things about him, like his head just a little bit better as well. Unfortunately, as we set these two sheep in motion, he's just not quite as comfortable. He's a little bit more tentative, particularly in terms of his front foot placement out here today on these chips. Congratulations to those consigners. Look them up in the back. I think both of those bucks offer a lot of good. Congratulations.
Suffolk consigners, don't forget, please bring your cards with you to the ring so that we can record placings. We're now ready to move into the Fall Ram Lambs Fitted. Fall Ram Lambs Fitted. Here are the results of the Fitted Yearling Ram class. First place, lot number 1269, Cluse Family Suffolk's. Second in class, lot number 1275, Slack Farms. Nate and Amy Jennings, if you're still in the barn, please come to the announcer stand. Nate and Amy, if you're still here, come to the announcer stand, please.
Good class here, and one that from an evaluation perspective I think just falls in line. I think there's a lot of value in all four of these sheep depending on what obviously your selection pressure is at home. I think there's bucks in here that can do a lot of different things. The combination buck is the one that the young man has up front. Sheep that props up well from the side and yet in motion still maintains himself. He comes with just a little bit more stoutness and power up high and into his pin set than the sheep in second. Really a sound structured sheep that comes in second, comes with a good look, not quite as much to him at this stage of the game as the one up ahead of him there. The stout sheep is the one that's in third. Love his head, his width of chest and his body shape, muscularity from behind, all of those things. Just doesn't come with quite as much look as those ahead of him. Sheep that rounds out the set, biggest testicled ram, and he certainly props up well from the side, just needs more to him as we compare him to the three ahead of him. Congratulations, good set here. Look him up in the back. Congratulations, consigners.
Our next class will be your Fitted January Ram Lambs. Go ahead and bring them up to the ring, please. Fitted January Ram Lambs. Here are the results from the Fitted Fall class. First place, lot number 1280, Arnovic Family, Suffolk. Second place, lot number 1289, DV's M's Farms. In third place, lot number 1261, Maple Lawn Farms. Fourth place, lot number 1283, Riverview Livestock.
Again, nice couple of rams here. Placing really decided ultimately when they get in motion. I think the one up front's more comfortable. That's a nice sheep. He doesn't have the same size as the one that comes in second, but foot and bones very good from a size perspective, and it sits right. Toes sit in the right direction, and then ultimately he props up very well. He doesn't have as much to him as the sheep that's in second, and obviously sits at a performance disadvantage as we study him today. That's what I like about the one that comes out in second. Fitted and presented extremely well. Congratulations to them from that standpoint. That's a stout buck that's got some power, and certainly you like the performance in that particular sheep. I'd just make him more comfortable out of his front end as we get out and get him in motion. But congratulations to those two. I think both of those bucks can do some good down the road here. Go ahead, and if you're ringside looking for some bucks, some young bucks, get in and talk to these consigners. Congratulations.
All right, our next class will be your fitted February Ram Lambs. Fitted February Ram Lambs.
Single entry buck lamb here. We'll keep them moving as we go down in through here, but good built sheep, sound structured sheep, and certainly one that offers quite a bit of future. Again, if you're looking for something that can inject some structural soundness into your herd, I think this buck lamb has the ability to do that. Congratulations to those consigners. Looking them up in the back.
First place in the class, lot number 1271, Cluse Family Suffolks. We're now ready for the Slick Shorn February Ram Lambs.
Single entry there. Nice sheep, hard handling one with some muscularity. Obviously, fairly juvenile or immature as we study him out here today. You'd like to see him maybe just creased up just a little bit more, but obviously kind of rocking the milk mustache still as we study him out here. So I think a lot of future in that sheep. Congratulations to that consigner.
First place in the class, lot number 1286, Warnicke Livestock. We're now ready to show for the champion Suffolk Ram. We need first and second place winners in each of our classes. In the show for your champion Suffolk Ram, we have the first place yearling fitted, lot number 1269, Cluse Family Suffolk. Second was lot number 1275, Slack Farms. In the fall Ram Lamb class, first place, lot number 1280, Arnavec Family Suffolk. Second was the DVM Farm, lot number 1289. In the fitted January Lamb class, first place, lot number 1277, TM Matlock Suffolk. Second was lot number 1290, DVM Farm. In the fitted February class, first place, lot number 1271, Cluse Family Suffolk. And in the Slick Shoring class, first place, lot number 1286, Warnicki Livestock.
Good set of sheep out here. And again, as we go through and discuss these, first and foremost, I evaluate all livestock species. I don't care if they're frame sheep or not, on the move. And I think as you study the class winners out here, they're the ones that get around with some comfortability. And ultimately, I think you can be a little bit more critical when the quality is certainly this good. And so that's how I go through and evaluate them. I think a good set here. I've went through and discussed all these things in class, so I don't think we need to spend any more time out here. But while I think that in some of the younger classes, obviously we've got potential on some of these bucks moving forward here, I don't think there's any reason to split up those two yearlings. It's going to be your Grand and Reserve. Congratulations to those consigners.
The grand champion is your first place yearling, lot number 1269, Cluse Family Suffolk. Reserve champion, lot number 1275. Your reserve grand champion is Slack Farms. This time we have a special presentation that we'd like to make. Nate and Amy Jennings are here with us today, and they're going to make a presentation of a rotating Suffolk Ram plaque in honor of John Matthews. John was a longtime Suffolk breeder here in Ohio. We're real pleased that Nate and Amy are able to be here with us today to make this presentation. All right, we're now ready to move into our Suffolk females. Let's bring in our fitted yearling ewes, please. Fitted yearling ewes. Suffolk folks, let's bring our yearling ewes in the show ring, please. Make sure you have your card with you. Folks, we still need 3 more fitted yearling ewes. Let's get them up to the ring, please.
Exceptionally high quality set of females out here. Congratulations to these consigners. I think particularly as we work into the top end of this class, there's just a lot of value in terms of these females. That's a big upstanding female that leads off here. To be completely honest, from this judge's perspective, she's plenty big, but she backs it up with having some stoutness and power with it. Certainly balances correctly. She's a knothead. She doesn't handle the ring quite like she should, but that's her biggest downfall. I like the stoutness, power, and symmetry of the sheep that comes in second. In my opinion, she's not quite as ideal up through her front third, not quite as tidy at her breastplate or length of neck. It's kind of the opposite of the next female. Really elegant, extremely feminine in terms of her build. Gets just a little bit petite, if you will, compared to 1 and 2 in this particular lineup. A little flatter bodied and just a little frailer as we get down low. The one that comes out in 4 is a big bodied sheep. She's the most advanced in terms of her condition of those 4 that we've talked about to this point, and I think you can see it up at the base of her shoulder and her breastplate and in her neck shape. And then we round out the top 5 with a big upstanding sheep that I think of these 5 maybe is just a little bit more uncomfortable as we get out in motion off of those rear 2. That's a really high quality set of Suffolk ewes. Congratulations to those consigners.
We're now ready for a Slick-shorn yearling ewe. Slick-shorn yearling ewe. Let's bring her in the ring, please. Here are the results from the fitted yearling ewe class. First place, lot number 1292, Dombeck Family, Suffolk. In second place, lot number 1276, Slack Farms. Third place, lot number 1268, Substitute, Mill Sid Farm. Fourth place, lot number 1295, Underwood Farm. Fifth place, lot number 1272, Cluse Family, Suffolk. Sixth was lot number 1294, Underwood Farms. Seventh was lot number 1263, Home and Land Farms.
Single entry in the slicks, high quality individual there, one that balances and proportions exceptionally well. She's got a great touch and tone down her backside, really good at the edges, if you will, and certainly that's all set up by how she's built down low. Sound structured, big bodied sheep that's right in terms of her body shape, and as a result can handle with that quality down her top side. Congratulations to that consigner.
Next up will be the fitted fall ewe lambs. Fitted fall ewe lambs, let's bring them up to the ring, please. Here are the results from the Slick-shorn yearling ewe class. First place, lot number 1293, Macaulay, Suffolk.
think a pretty high quality individual to lead off with in this particular class. I think one that certainly looks the part at this stage of the game, and then as you project her forward, that one just continues to get better because of skeletal quality, and certainly just structural design I think is in her favor. And then on top of that, it's a stout, powerful sheep as well. I love the build of the one that comes in two. She's just not there yet. She's a little more raw in terms of her center body. Obviously, we progress that one forward. She certainly comes with more bloom and maturity at some point, but as we study her today, she's just a little bit more juvenile in her look, if you will. But I do appreciate the skeletal quality in that sheep. Sheep that comes in third, very big-bodied and stout and powerful. She's the heaviest conditioned sheep of these top three, and as a result, you can study her at the base of her neck, up in her up in her breastplate. Just not quite as unique in terms of her look off to the side there, but I do think one that has a structural advantage and certainly a body advantage over the sheep that comes in four. I like the sheep in four on the standstill. I think that's a sheep that is big and high performing and covers the basics from that standpoint. Not quite as comfortable as we get out and go, particularly out of her front end. And then kind of the same story of the sheep that rounds out our top five. That's a big-bodied, high-performing sheep that just needs to handle the ring with a little bit more comfortability, if you will. Congratulations. Very, very nice top end here. Make sure if you're looking for a Suffolk ewe to show as you head down the road here this summer, get in on these because I think there's certainly some quality here. Congratulations.
Our next class will be for the fitted January ewe lambs. Fitted January ewe lambs. Here are the results from the fitted fall ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 1282, Arnavik Families. In second place, lot number 1285, Riverview Livestock. Third place, lot number 1281, Arnavik Family Suffolks. Fourth place, lot number 1291, DVM's Farm. And fifth place, lot number 1273, Cluse Family Suffolks.
Nice single entry here as we work into the younger age groups again. Very good structured, and if you're looking for one to take up and down the road this summer, I think she fits that. And again, it's because her skeleton is so good, her structural soundness and underpinning is so good. I think that allows that one to just progressively get better every time you show her or take her out. Congratulations to that consigner. Make sure you look them up in the back.
We're next in for the fitted February ewe lamb. Fitted February ewe lamb. How many are we looking? Here are the results from the fitted January ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 1278, T.M. Matlock, Suffolks.
Nice pair of ewe lambs here. Again, I think with some futurity potential or potential for young people to tie into these and get them up and down the road as we move over the next 12 months. The one up front's just a little bit more there as we study them today. Not quite as lammy in her appearance, and as a result, she comes with just a little bit more power and flesh. That's probably to her advantage. I like the skeleton of the one in second. She's just a little juvenile in her look, a little bit more fragile as we get down underneath her. Congratulations to those two.
Our next class will be your Slick Shorn February ewe lambs. Slick Shorn February ewe lambs. Here are the results from the fitted February class. First place, lot number 1279, TM Matlock, Suffolk. In second place, lot number 1274, Cluse Family, Suffolk.
Younger age slicks out here, and I think too that fit very well together, kind of peas in a pod, but I do think there's more consistency in terms of top line and handling quality in the one that we'll lead off with. Certainly a lot of future in those two. Again, if you're looking for one to take up and down the road, make sure you see these young ladies in the back. Congratulations.
We're now showing for your champion, Suffolk female. In the Slick Shorn class of the February ewe lambs, first and second place, both won by Warnicki Livestock, lot number 1287 and 1288. It's coming? Okay. In the show for the champion Suffolk female, we have from the yearling ewe class, lot number 1292, Dombeck Family, Suffolk. Second in that class was lot number 1276, Slack Farms. From the Slick Shorn yearling class, first place, lot number 1293, Macaulay, Suffolk. In the fitted fall ewe lamb class, first place, lot number 1282, Arnevick Family, Suffolk. Second was lot number 1285, Riverview Livestock. In the fitted January class, first place, lot number 1278, TM Matlock, Suffolk. From the fitted February class, first place, lot number 1279, TM Matlock, Suffolk. Second in class was lot number 1274, Cluse Family, Suffolk. And from the Slickshorn class of February lambs, first and second, both shown by Warnicki Livestock, lot 1287 and 1288.
High quality set of sheep as we move in to select our champion Suffolk female. And, again, I think there's quality and future in these lambs. And so if you're ringside looking for something to, obviously make that next step or head up and down the road with, I think there's some potential there. Really, in my mind, it comes down to a couple of them out of the older age groups. And I think both of them offer different advantages, certainly very different in terms of how they're put together. You select them how you like them, you buy them how you like them tomorrow, but I think certainly compliments to the exhibitors on a really high quality set.
The champion Suffolk female was your first place fitted yearling ewe, lot number 1292, Dom Beck Family, Suffolk. They're going to be receiving the Memorial Award for Jim Clamforth. Jim was a longtime exhibitor at the Ohio State Fair, big longtime Suffolk breeder. The award presented is sponsored by the Davis family, Rinker family, and the Kanapke family. So congratulations to the Dom Beck family, Suffolks. Your reserve champion was from the Slickshorn yearling ewe class, lot number 1293, Macaulay, Suffolk. Back in the barn, our next show will be your Oxfords. We have no yearling rams. We'll start with the fall ram lambs. Oxford fall ram lambs. We'll call for them in just a couple minutes. Yep. It's out at the young corner of the barn.
get into the Oxford show, and boy, we got a nice way to start here. I think not only you have to appreciate just the build and balance of this particular sheep, but really that's all set up by his skeletal integrity. I think that's one that gets out and motors good, certainly good headed, good fronted. I really like that sheep from the side. Now the power sheep's the one that comes out in second for this guy, and if that's your flavor, go ahead and look in there, because you're not going to find one with much bigger feet, much bigger bones, and certainly much more muscular than that sheep within this particular breed. I like all those things about him. I think as we get set in motion and even on the standstill, he just comes in a couple more pieces as we compare him to a really smooth blending sheep that we start with, just not quite as smooth. Really a stout sheep that comes out in 3. Love the body in that particular guy. He's more moderate, which I don't necessarily prefer or don't prefer. He is more moderate. He's big-bodied. I like that about him. He's got big legs as well. Unfortunately, I don't know that he comes with quite the same look, particularly through his front third, as we've gotten 2 and 1 up here. But really nice set. Check out those consigners in the back. Good set of sheep. Congratulations.
Our next class will be your January Ram Lambs. January Ram Lambs, bring them on in the ring, please. Here are the results from the Oxford Fall Ram Lamb class. First place, lot number 1460, Misty Meadow Oxfords. Second place, lot number 1309, Bingen Oxfords. And in third place, lot number 1319, Dover Genetics.
Single entry here as we work into the Ram Lambs, slicked off, sure a good built sheep, and again, start at the ground. I like his foot and his underpinning and just his size of structure down low. It's pretty lamby in his look still. He's pretty green, he's pretty raw, but I think the foundation's right there. Congratulations to that consigner.
Our next class will be your February Ram Lambs. First place in the class, lot number 1315, Walpy Oxfords.
Well, kind of fire and ice out here, if you will, in terms of build and design. Big upstanding buck that we'll start with that I think balances better, particularly through his front third, than the sheep that comes out in second. And so, you know, obviously if performance and size and balance is your favor, that's the sheep that you need to look up in the back. Now, the intriguing one's the one that comes out in second. He's obviously being a knothead out here and not really handling the ring well. That's probably his biggest fault. It's just hard to get a read on because he is big-footed. He's extra heavy structured. He's extra woolly, if you will. And so I like those things about him. He comes with more stoutness out of his pin set than the sheep directly ahead of him. Just comes in a few more pieces, if you will, particularly the way he's showing himself. Just need to take his neck and set it on the top side of his shoulder a little bit more correctly, level him out of the top side of his hip. Congratulations to those two consigners.
Our next class will be the show for your champion ram, champion Oxford ram. In the show for your champion ram, first place in the fall ram lamb class, lot number 1460, Misty Meadow Oxfords. Second was lot number 1309, Vangham Oxfords. In the January class, first place, lot number 1315, Walpy Oxfords. And from the February class, first place, lot number 1301, Misty Meadows. Second place, lot number 1312, Nichols Sheep.
Well, not high on quantity, but I think quality is certainly there. I've went through and talked them in class. Don't need to spend any more time doing that. If you're in the market for an Oxford, I think there's some genetic components out here that certainly can take your program forward. So find these consigners in the back. I'll set the mic down and go get you a grand in reserve. Congratulations.
The champion Oxford ram was your fall ram lamb, lot number 1460, Misty Meadows Oxfords. Your reserve champion came from the February ram lamb class, lot 1301, Misty Meadows. Consigners, our next class will be your Oxford yearling ewes.
Nice set of sheep, particularly up top here. I think both of these offer a lot of quality. Really a nice sheep that we lead off with that I think, first and foremost, I like her head. I like the way she's designed up front. But again, much like I talked throughout the last 2 days, start at the ground, and I like her a great deal in terms of her foot size and shape and just squareness, and that sets the stage, in my opinion, for her quality as you build her from there up. She's a pretty sheep, but still matches it with some stoutness. Sheep that comes in second, I like a good deal about. She's certainly very good in terms of her proportions. Again, she's one from a skeleton perspective. You like a good deal. She's the heaviest conditioned one of these top three. We peel back a little bit of that condition. I think that helps her in her breastplate and the base of her shoulder get up and contend with that one that wins. And then you've got kind of a couple of sheep that are yin and yang, if you will, in terms of how they're put together. A big extended sheep that maybe just needs a little bit more to her as we study them out here today, and then a really big bodied sheep that maybe gets just a little bit plainer out of both ends of her skeleton for this guy. But certainly if you're looking for sheep to take up and down the road the rest of this summer in this particular breed, I think there's some opportunities to do that in this particular class. Congratulations to these consigners.
We're now ready for the fall ewe lambs. Let's bring them on up to the ring, please. Here are the results from the yearling ewe class. First place, lot number 1307 AA Oxfords. Second place, lot number 1316 Substitute Walpy Oxfords. In third place, lot number 1314 Hodling Sheep. And then in fourth place, lot number 1310 Bingen Oxfords.
good couple of ewes up here at the top, maybe more similar than they are different, to be completely honest. And at the end of the day, I think there's just more to and more wow factor, I guess, in the one that we lead off with. I like her head and where her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulders. To me, she's got an advantage in terms of the length of the levelness of her hip as well. And then it doesn't hurt that she goes to the ground with just a little bit more fluff and bone down there as well. Really a good sheep in second as well. I like her symmetry and her proportions. Good legged sheep. To me, she's just a little bit higher quality in terms of her look, partly maybe because she's trimmed just a little bit tighter than the one that comes in third, but I like her size and her balance as well. Stouter sheep that comes out in 3, and certainly one that you like a good deal in terms of her center body shape. Sheep proportions as well, just not quite the same extras as the two ahead of her as we study them out here today. Big-bodied sheep, stout, muscular sheep that comes out in 4, just gets a little plainer in her look, if you will, wants to fight the lead a little bit more, and so you can't really get a good look on her. Kind of the same thing as the ewe that comes in 5. I like the basic build of that sheep, and I mean basic in the best sense of the word. That sheep's level and certainly good structure, just gets a little plainer out here. Really nice class there, boy. If I was heading up and down the road this summer trying to show some that I think can get along, I'd sure look in on this particular set. Congratulations.
We're now ready for your January ewe lambs. Let's bring it on up the ring, please. Here are the results from the fall ewe lamb class. First place, lot number 1302, Misty Meadow, Oxfords. Second, lot number 1305, Substitute, Misty Meadows. In third place was lot number 1321, Dover Genetics. Fourth place, lot number 1311, Bingen, Oxfords. Fifth place, lot number 1320, Dover Genetics.
Again, a fun one to describe because I think she could have stood some more competition. I think that one props up very well from the side. Very high quality in terms of her look. And again, if you're a young person on the outside of the ring looking to trailer one up and down the road this summer, I think this is one to look at. Go ahead and contact these consigners in the back. Congratulations to them.
We're now ready for your February ewe lambs. Let's bring them on up to the ring, please.
Again, nice job here, and I think you pick your poison up here at top because I think they're both good and good in different areas. Really, the proportionate one that just patterns very well from the side is the one that we lead off with. I think that one, as you progress her forward to a mature age, just continues to get better and better and better because of her basic build at this stage of the game. I like her added balance and look, particularly through her front third. Now, there are aspects of the one that come in second that I find very intriguing, and again, it starts at the ground in terms of her foot shape and size. I like her bone shape and certainly her bone size. One that comes with just a little bit more mass and power just doesn't match quite the look of the one ahead of her. Really a firm handling sheep that's good hided that rounds out the set here. Just comes in a few more pieces as we compare her to a really high quality duo up here on top. So again, if you're trailering some up and down the road, get a hold of these consigners. I think there's a lot of good here. Congratulations.
We're now ready to show for your champion, Oxford female. Here are the results from the February ULAM class. First place, lot number 1304, Misty Meadow Oxfords. In second place, lot number 1313, Nichols Sheep Farm. And in third place, lot number 1308, Double A Oxfords. In our show for your champion, Oxford U, we have from the Yearling U class. First place, lot number 1307, Double A Oxfords. Second was lot number 1316, Substitute Walpy Oxfords. From the Fall ULAM class, first place, lot number 1302, Misty Meadows. Second in class, lot number 1305, also Misty Meadows. In the January class, first place, lot 1303, Misty Meadows. And in the February class, lot number 1304 was Misty Meadows. Second was 1313, Nichols Sheep.
Up here.
Dylan Nonert, we need you up at the announcer stand. Dylan, come on up here to the announcer stand, please.
Very high quality show. Congratulations to the consigners. It's been my pleasure to be on the mic over the last couple of days and give my opinion. Again, I don't take it lightly. We go around and show a little bit too, and certainly appreciate the judges giving us as good of a look as we can get. And so that's what I try to do when I step on the microphone. At the end of the day, you may not always like, I guess, the type or kind that I gravitate towards, but I try to be consistent. And so with that, very much appreciate being invited out here. It's been a pleasure. I'll go out. I've been through and talked about them already in class, and so I won't spend a whole lot more time here. But I do think it's kind of a two-horse race, and at the end of the day, I think both of them are exceptionally good. You pick them how you want them, how you like them tomorrow in the sale. But at the end of the day, I get to go out and put ribbons on one today, or both of them today, and I think both of them are exceptionally good. So I'll go out and select champion and reserve. Congratulations to the consigners. Make sure that you support them tomorrow.
The champion Oxford female was on your yearling ewe, lot number 1307, AA Oxfords. The reserve champion was on the fall ewe lamb, lot number 1302, Misty Meadows. This concludes our Oxford show for this year. I'd like to thank all the consigners for coming to the Ohio Showcase sales this year. Also, we'd like to thank our judge, Randall Von Krosik, for making the placings not only today but also yesterday. We do appreciate all of his work with us. Folks, I might mention if you're here and you still need a buyer number for the sale tomorrow, they've got them over at the clerk's table. This will conclude all the shows for this year's sale. They've had good sales today over in the other building, and I understand that they're looking forward to tomorrow also. A lot of interest in the sheep right now.